Okay, can you hear me, chat? You can't hear me. Well, that would be very difficult, wouldn't it? That was a shit show. Everything has crashed. Everything is broken. I'm going to need you to bear with me. I have no activity feed. I can see nothing for Twitch. The whole thing was very unhappy. So we've learned a lesson from that. That one won't be one we're doing again, for sure. Ultimately, not a great move. We'll give you guys the God Emperor. You can just look at him at the moment. He's there. I kind of need to be able to control these. Thank you. OBS has just died. I've got how to do this. Sorry, chat. I've already fucked one up. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna if. Okay, my stream deck is entirely dead. That's going to be a big problem for the stream. Why? Why? I I just well, I really don't want to restart everything. That's not a great thing to do. Okay, this is working. Oh, geez. Yeah, this is insane. Okay, one connection is fixed. That's good news. We're getting there. We're starting. We're working. I very apologize about this. I did something silly. Just that what happened. And I'm now suffering the consequences of my actions. If I had been less tired, maybe I wouldn't have done this. But maybe I would have done because I'm still an idiot. Why are you not working? Okay, we're just going to go manual for the rest of the stream, I guess. Oh, are you kidding me? You useless piece of farm. Yeah, of course you did. Bunch of things I need are actually somehow hiding on my teleprompter. Okay, now we're going to launch June Awakening. You became Thor. I pulled 24 hours. I'm already at 24 hours. This is fine, right? I'm not making any silly mistakes or, losing half of my viewers or, the game breaking or anything like that. That would be very unlike me. Wait a second. Are you Oh my live source facecam. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, there we go. Buttons. We can activate the cat cams again. We're good. Okay, we can now definitely show you the cat when he arrives. I mean, if he arrives. This patch looks like it went well, right? Something's not right here. Servers down? What?
I dream of it.
The screen downgrades to 160p 30. Okay, that's not ideal again. The YouTube streams hasn't come back up. Why are you not? Servers. Private. Prado and East. Servers are up. Very, very weird. Oh, okay, I have to reset my stream key. We're gonna hope on YouTube. Do I still have my gold? I was fine. It might just be that YouTube doesn't get a live stream today, apparently. It's just saying no. There we go. The YouTube stream is back up. Did the same thing twice and apparently worked the second time around. Make sure I can actually look at what's going on with you guys. Slides, thank you very much for the 2 community gift subs while I was having problems. I appreciate you. Hey, Mahoodles. How you doing? Yeah, I was not... Oh, what is going on? Why... Are you seeing those, like, intermittent freezes? Oh, we only had that one. Okay, let's go check out the totally safe deep desert chat. That's what we like, right? Totally safe deep desert. Cheapest stop dirt's gonna be a Mark IV Scout. But I'm taking out this. Okay, we've kept our details at map. So what you're telling me is up until like here is PvE. I feel physically unwell. Hello, Gamers Rigged. Hope you're enjoying your day today. Ian Striker, thank you for subscribing with Prime, buddy. You're awesome. About half the... Oh. How does this work? Do we still get an area transition when you go off the edge? It went really well, Big Mag. No problems.
I want to see the zone chat right now.
I did hear that, Mr. Whiskey Richard. It's something I want to test out when we've got some more time. Here we go. First test. Facing the wrong way. Oh, someone's already been here.
That was me, sorry.
Hotkey pulling up chat. What? Enter. Let's do a respec. How's it going, Devlin? Yep, we're in a PvE. It feels disgusting. I don't like it, to be honest with you. I think this is grim. The only risk here is the worm. I hate it. I'm letting my wings be red just so I get a bit more increased risk in the game. Yep. Welcome on back in, those of you who are kind of slow trickling back in. Apologies for that issue. Lesson learned. Everything went to shit. Oh look. Risk-free materials. There is no risk. I can land here I could take a shit on this rock. There is no risk to me whatsoever. That is wrong. It's a tier 6 material. Look. 57 yield, so you're still getting a bunch of it. I think this is gross. I really dislike this.
I think if the hosts have the option, they should just turn it all PvP.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it does damage my
Even the A-band, they
my
have
incentive on playing the
I'd
game.
rather have that than all PvP, half PvP.
You're talking a huge swathe of the map. It just feels fundamentally wrong. Is this the split line down the middle that they just kind of like pasted in, which is...
You wanna hear something worse? You wanna hear something worse?
Oh, go on then.
The ring mount is still an F5.
Oh, for fuck's
Right here on
sake.
sport.
Yeah, all of the load he does it is completely meaningless. This is way too much. What were you thinking, Funcom? Yeah, all the servers have a problem with... So basically, this is a safe zone. I'm still in a PvE area. I really dislike this, to be honest with you. You've had a speed hack. See, if you've had a speed hacker killing everyone in a deep desert, this change doesn't change anything like that, other than you've got more leaders than you can go to. Why would they not fix the issue and get rid of the hacker? Like, here we go. So you cross basically this peak and you end up in the PvP area. Half is insanity. I'm gonna make a giant peen on the sand. That's my plan. Except when they're not claimed, when you can just kind of sit on one. But I think thumper use will increase, probably, yeah. You'll find people basically combat thumpers and all kinds of stuff, but that'll be griefing almost, and that's not fun. There's no counterplay here. There's a thing. Doesn't feel good.
This is kind of butts. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, this is awful. I hate it. There you go. Look, you've got that'll be a PvP area.
Like I get PvE.
Nothing else in
doing a little
Delta.
left out, but this is just using a shotgun on an ant. I just don't get it. I'd rather have the whole thing be PvP than this.
Get in the assault
Hey,
helicopter,
man.
bud. Get
What?
in. Get in. Get in. We're going somewhere.
Oh, hold on, let me.
These aren't islands of PvP and a sea of PvE. This is, you've got just a clear split. If I go forward 100 meters, PvP, everything behind this line that runs across the middle sector here of E, PvE. So we're gonna. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go see what one of the new research labs is like in complete PvE and see if they're exactly the same. Because I think they've not gonna have time to really balance that. I think it will still be Plastinium tier. I'm very sure that you will find there is still Plastinium tier in this research lab that we're going to. So that's what we're going to go and try out. Down in the stars. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go top my drink up. What's it got in its pockets, says Precious? Ye of little faith. What do you mean we're going to crash? Nice and low, going over this. This one we might actually get stuck on. No balls. Yes. How low can you go? Problem. Yeah, that's basically how that works. Catch a fish. Seduce sweet. What's a model, so Precious? All my shit's a bit damaged. I mean, this stuff has lasted me since the first week. Did they shuffle the resource? It looks like they've kept it the same. We're going to test out what this is like and see whether actually what kind of tier of blueprint we get at the far end, because that's going to kind of shape what happens for us.
Texture.
Dead end. Why is my pocket buzzing? Good news. What's up here? Hello. Who's in this little room? Oh, loot. I love loot. Felix, this is a kill run, be careful.
Try.
Oh, okay, that is different. Okay, this is a bit spicy. Okay, good. At least there's some high-end PV, I guess. Okay, I will do this. I can stab you in the feet.
Of course, my belt break.
It's still bailing today again, huh? You know, it's normal for people to take 2 days off a week. You know, he's had the same schedule for multiple months, probably even well over a year. And you're like, oh, he's very clearly, he's bailing. Nice bait, bud, nice bait. Try harder next time. Nellis, I don't know if I'm going to fix that, especially not fucking right now. Don't tell me now. There's gonna be nothing I can do while I'm in here. This is... I believe Take Me As You Found Me. Is it by Anne Boleyn? Yeah, Take Me As You Found Me by Anne Boleyn. The best way you can give feedback in their patch is to go into their Discord server and have a conversation with them. Oh, butt stab.
Got trapped in a corner. Off you go. Now I'll kill you next. all broken.
Get stuck in a corner now, Maha. Death comes for you. Lasgun not so viable in high-end PvE, just so you know. We'll stick with the good old melee. Heavy weapons do need a buff. Yeah, I'd agree. You are my next victim. I definitely didn't just press R to reload my sword, chat. That didn't happen. If we were looking at keybinds, you wouldn't have seen that at all.
Waves are
Up to 20 of them.
Jesus. I have no healing. I'm
There are chests around on the ground floor. You should be able to loot those. They respawn each round. Flamethrowers, flamethrowers. That was rude, wasn't it? Let them up the stairs. Let them come up the stairs. Let them come up the stairs. Don't bunch them up there with the flamethrower. It's real bad. Very nice. There we go. So that is exactly the same difficulty it was before. There is no difference between that and what we had last time. See you later. What do we get? We get some gloves. What do you think we got? Why is your map in Hargo Base longer surveyed? Sometimes that'll just happen, I guess.
Okay, so the loot is not instance anymore.
What did we get?
Wait, you can't.
Oh, just pincushion gauntlets, the same thing as we had last week on the circulation. Okay, kind of sad.
For everyone instead of loot for one go through. That's a big change.
Why have I been awake so long? I was dealing with work overnight. I basically did a bunch of stuff. It was very productive, but probably not, you know, the best thing to do.
So it actually made it even easier.
Yeah, it just made the game easier. Kind of lame, honestly. I don't like
Does the PV area in Deep Desert work the same as Hargo in terms of everyone being able to loot? Yeah. Yeah, so everyone was able to loot that. What can you do with all the extra items? I mean, all of this stuff has value. It's all used for in-game crafting, etc. But like, it's just a bunch of random shite, really. No, I didn't end stream, I just had a crash. Happens. And this will still be PvP. Is that the only research base they've left in this PvP area? So that'll all be the same. I'll be honest with you, this is really shit. I really don't like this. Kind of. Yeah, I hate this. I don't like it at all.
I don't like it.
Where's the visual indicator of where the boundary
Deep
is?
Desert chat been arguing back and forth about it. Most people seem to agree that it's not fun.
Oh god, okay. TLDR is It's I don't know. I fundamentally disagree with this. I think you've taken some of the real light out of the game.
They've used a shotgun on an anthill.
Where's, like, is there any kind of visual marker of the border, or players are just meant to guess at it? Look what I mean, like... That's going to be inside the safe zone, isn't it?
Wait, is there shield then?
What a lovely base. This is what people are going to do. Right in the middle of the E-band, people are going to make bases, and this is perfectly safe. There is no risk from being here. Hate it.
What'd you say?
Can you still raid base in the PvE session? We don't know, so we're going to wait for a sandstorm. I think when we have a sandstorm, we'll know a bit more, but as it stands, like, this just feels really gross. I'm not going to lie to anyone. Like, I've been pretty supportive so far of what Funcom have done, but I fundamentally disagree with this change. At most, maybe you go the ABC band, right? The first 3 of them, so you still at least have a server border so people know where the line is. Yeah, the dropping off the shield wall was a really cool thing to do. Yeah, PvE is up to mid E band, and they've got the 50% cost. It will come down to, I think, whether those bases can be raided. And I think if they made them PvE, you know what I could do? I can just ask the damn Funcom devs, can't I? I'm now referring to it for, like, if I'm referring to the areas as like B to E.5. That's how I'm referring to it. Yeah, I mean, look, I understand the need for change, and I think the issue we have to remember is that the experience you'll have seen when watching me, and the experience that you'll have seen when watching Thor, we have a private world. We've curated our private world. We have let people know what behavior is and isn't okay on that private world. On the official servers, they've not had that same capacity, ability, you know, all kinds of things. They've not been able to have that strength of community that we have. It would not surprise me at all if they've been having some very negative outcomes on those official servers. I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever, to be honest with you. It would make sense, right? I don't have all the data that Funcom has inside.
If they want to have like a PvE-centric game in some aspects, like why not just make a PvE server and a PvP server? That seems like the logical solution. If people want the PvE only, then they could just go play one of those.
I don't think you can have a full PvP version. If you've ever played any game with choke points, you'd know that getting in and out of the deep desert with the A-band being full PvP would be absolutely awful. That would be gross. That wouldn't be fun. I can see why keeping the A-band. I'm answering a question in chat at the same time, Chris, which had that exact question in it, so it's links to yours.
No, I mean like a PvE server or a PvP server would just have the old version of the deep desert instead. The PvE server would just have only PvE.
Storm west.
Oh, is this gonna work? For those of you who don't know what I'm doing, you can see on the right-hand side of my screen, there's like a little black diamond. I'm seeing if I can find somewhere where I can get the assault ornithopter to be counted as sheltered.
Why not just go park it in the bay? Since the top's open.
If they put a shield up and this gets stuck inside, I will not be pleased.
That's
Sheltered, look at that. Delightful and sheltered, enjoy the storm.
looks like we're not the only ones waiting to see.
It's not showing the shield icon, but there's no shield up here.
I don't think it's gonna work, sir.
We're just testing. I'll help you replace anything that we use up, but I want to see if, because I've asked Funcom as well, but it'll be easier for me to test during the sandstorm. That's okay.
Yeah, you're fine. A storm just passed, so let me check the, let me check the thing.
Would you be able to check and see if this thing's taken any damage by any chance? See if you can repair it with your tool. Is it still full health? It looks full health, but, you know.
Yeah, it's full health.
Okie dokie, good to know. Thank you very much for letting us test. Appreciate you. Have fun.
Of course.
That was the quickest passing storm we've had in a long time. There you go. So yeah, it looks like you can't. I'm going to report that to Funcom, just make sure they are checking internally as well what the intention is. The CM I've asked is very helpful, so she'll get back.
Then hang in.
I'd be surprised if they'd let us basically make have it PvE and then be bases, but I guess that would encourage people to only build up on the shield wall, so I could still see if they did choose to do that. I need to repair these.
Hang on.
I know that a lot of us will have a lot of feelings about how this one has been done. We'll be very reasoned about it. You know, I want people to be able to free to discuss the points in chat. Just remember that the server gameplay experience that you have seen from myself and from Thor is focused on that of a private server. We haven't had the same problems that the official worlds have had. And therefore, I don't want to assume that it's a them problem and us problem that they're wrong in any way. You're just hanging out.
Yep.
Yo, what's up?
Why not?
Weird, I can see your helmet on my screen, but I don't see it on yours.
Yeah, same.
Did they change that too?
Go up. Duck.
Who are?
It's thistle straw.
Big on us with your wings. They look pretty damaged.
They're fine. His but a flesh wound. Yes, I make hideous puns, chat. You should be very aware of this very early on in hanging out here. I did end the Discord answer with soon awakening, yeah. The joke is in there. I'll take substitute Thor, thank you. I guess that's a compliment at times. Wait, that makes me... What, I don't even know what version that makes me. Right, I'm gonna leave the Sultan Flip there and go out in this, because this thing is faster than anything else that can contest me now. We ride north, chat. I would agree that it feels like an awfully blunt approach. I think that they've done this with the intent of walking it back, though. Yeah, this is... Scout, like, a Scout Mark 6 with a thruster is going to go brrr. You know, it sounds like the word soon, as in, like, the servers will be up soon awakening. Oh, did I forget? Did I not turn my camera back on? I did press the button. There we go. This way you can't see my wings. Oh yeah, so they've made Assault on Flop's 20% slower. Sorry, they made Assault on Flop's 10% slower with a rocket launcher. Scout one's 20% slower with a rocket launcher. That means that on a dive, this thing will do like 190 up to 200 if I get a really hard dive onto it, right? If I'm doing a kind of a stable glide, then I can basically stable glide at about 182 and last a very, very long time. With the thruster, I can go up to this kind of height and basically get into a stable glide. There we go. We are well above engagement height for most people. We've got a very stable glide. We're 182. a Mark 6 scout ornithopter with the rocket launchers now, our main PvP enemy in this, is going to be 20% slower than we are. So you take 20% off of 182 and you're going to end up about 18 points slower than we are. They'll be in the kind of the 164 mark. Basically how that's going to work. It's interesting because I know plenty of assault ornithopters that fly at 164. So I mean, look, it depends on how, I don't know how we feel about it. 146, that's not a 20% drop. See, I'm not an expert. Oh, that is a 20% drop, isn't it? So I was thinking of the assault ornithopter, which is 10%. What I was having a moment of. The game counterplay. So basically, the issue was that the Mark 6 scout ornithopters had pretty much no counterplay to them when they were fitted with rocket launch. They were the same speed as thruster ones, apart from when the thruster was fired. Same speed as cargo ones. There was no control on that. It was not very balanced. So that's one of the issues. The gameplay counterplay is basically that people weren't enjoying the PvP interactions, but I think that this is a very, very blunt instrument approach to this, and it should have been done server by server. We had no issue with our deep desert. I think we should have been given the right as a server owner and infrastructure holder for this, to be able to say, look, we have all 15 worlds here. We would like our deep desert to start off in the alpha node, in the Charlie node. Like, I think going right the way in for half of Echo that's half of the map. You've immediately decreased PvP space by about 40% across the entirety of the game. I don't think that's a good move or a good play. I think you're going to alienate PvP players, and they've said very clearly they want PvP to be part of the end game. I think that's a great part. I think this game has a lot of potential for PvP, and I'm very sad almost to see that people are leaving the game because of it. I'd like people to give the game a chance. I think this would have been done better if they'd put this on the test realm and then not launched it today, straight the day after it's been on the test realm. That's kind of... The test realm is a fresh start. No one's going to be able to get up and test it, so what, you just you're basically testing in prod, right? That's my understanding. I don't think anyone was boosted. It devalues. I agree with you, Big Mac. It devalues the resources, and the only thing people were going to be doing now is going to be running the shuttles to get blueprints, and then use the resources they farmed entirely safely to get them. You don't get why there's a massively decreased PvP, and when a PvP just goes north and allows people who don't want to not have to. Unfortunately, that's not how that works. Because now you're going to have... The whole point of progression was that in order to get the end tier items, you need to go out to dealers where there was risk to get it. You can just fly out here now in a scout ornithopter. No one can shoot at you. Nobody can combat you. You can pick up plastinium and you can fly home without any risk, any effort, any engagement with the game or the end-game loops. If they'd put end-game loops like, you know, for example, there was an underground facility and, you know, you've got to clear through waves of enemies, and then once you've got through the enemies, then you get to be able to mine some plastinium materials. I think that would have been very reasonable. There's an ad. Are you on crack? Big hungry worm bitch. No, I've not boosted since my original one. I'm still 572 up, so like still doing a very, very high glide. We test in prod here, thank you very much. That's how this works. We always test on the production servers. You know, why would we get testing done? I don't know, chat. It just doesn't feel... When you step down off the shield wall, you have a clear inclination and declination to the player of where that line is, where PvP starts. It's just a hovering border now, somewhere between the middle and end of E. Like... I'm seeing a 75 to 90 ping here right now. Rocket buds up there. Oh look, I'm safe from PvP entirely. Look at that. That's going to be end game loot. She needs to literally nip off. That's a 2-second job. And that will respawn regularly. That will be there all for the rest of this week. I really, yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to work out how I feel about this, to be honest with you, chat. Like, look, there you go. I'm just kind of, now I'm in PvP zone. Oh, am I? I don't know. Am I in the PvP zone? So other than the notification over your head, is there any inclination that you're in PvP now? Okay, so the zone change happens. There is no UI change, is there? It doesn't tell you if you're in PvP or not. Or the red bar of the compass, that's literally it. Okay. You mean the sand and vomit coloured bar that's at the top goes to red? What? Look at that. Okay, it is in T for Tango. To be honest, I couldn't have told you that orange and red bar was there, and I played this quite a lot. It's not what I used to do this. Yeah, so pressing T will do it, but when you press T, you lose an awful lot of other information on your screen, so it's a trade-off. I don't know. I'm fairly sure I left my assault ornithopter underneath there. Felix, do you have my assault ornithopter? A carrier can't have yoinked it in the position it was in. And we're in a PvE zone, so again, the carrier couldn't have yoinked it. Yeah, that's up here. That's where we were. I didn't move it after we were hanging and it was left underneath this arch. Felix and Sabu, what happened to the ornithopter? Did I move it?
This is not the same place we were. We were over in E6, I think. Like on the water. Not the same bay.
I'm fairly sure this is the same base, they've just put a lid on it.
This is not the same bay. I guarantee you that this is not the same base because it had much different
No,
construction.
you're in E3.
It's just the same arches. What a weird thing to do. Weird. It's more that the archway that I was looking for is the same, which is the confusing part. That archway is very, very reused. I was flying looking for a specific rock formation. Turns out there's many rock formations. I just assumed they'd change the shape of the base. What a weird concept. Unless I moved it from where I thought I did, which is entirely possible. No, that's Sabu in the blue. It doesn't look there's a change to the cooldown on test stations. That's not in the patch notes. If so, I've seen them for down ships. Yeah, see, it's the same rock formation. That's the issue. Oh, a very similar looking rock formation. Jeez, maybe a moment. Remember, I haven't slept yet. There is that. Yeah, it's just hiding. Why that only loads in when you get so close, I don't know. But hey, there it is. See, it was in a very, very similar overhang. Okay. Remember, so yeah, they fixed vehicle collision so that you won't have that problem as much with your vehicles, right? I'm looking forward to those changes when you don't get stuck to things. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure I like the way that feels. There needs to be a clear declination between the lines in the deep desert. The shield will did a great job of that. Hey, there we go. Fix that thing. Can somebody use estimation point song, please? Yeah, there we go. Fix. Definitely shouldn't be landing on the sand, but I was fixing stuff. The LDR Grims has since patched as well as patch notes. Patch note, you should have been here, but I'm not going to go over it again. I'm not going to read through the patch notes. The fundamental thing is they pushed out the deep desert change. That's the big issue that everyone we're talking about, is that they've made the first 4.5 sections of the deep desert rather than just the first one section into PvE. And to me, all of this just feels like boring, wasted filler land now. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, this has kind of bummed me out from playing the game. We might switch to doing a different game, or I might just go back to Harger Basin and collect bodies and feel better by firing my las gun at people. I don't know. Giving people a day's worth of notice on that and not even... No. Not recognizing that you are... not only devaluing the work of everyone who's already gotten up to Plastinium tier, but also you're dissuading people from engaging in the very content that the Deep Desert is meant to be about. Again, this comes back to what I say about people buying games, right? If you don't agree with the way that a game is progressing, the way a developer is selling their game, the way that a company is acting, you shouldn't buy the product. You didn't like PvP, you shouldn't have bought a game where the end game Deep Desert was PvP. That's my basic view on it. It wasn't hidden. Hey Vicky, how you doing? We're ranting about the recent change to you know, to this and how far is too far when you're doing sweeping changes. Now that said, Funcom are obviously doing it to fix a certain issue. They're obviously doing it on their servers for basic reason. It would have been nice if we as private servers had been given the option. Thank you, Vicky. You rock. I don't want to assume that, you know, but I can be hopeful, you know. How you doing today, Vicky? What if you love the product but hate the simulation of owning said product? Don't buy products. Don't agree to agreements that are not what you agree with. If someone says, I'll buy your house for $1 and you say, sure, I'll agree to that, you've made an agreement. It's a contract under law. Don't do it if you don't agree with it. It's that simple. Why is that a complicated thing for people to understand? You as a consumer have the right to drive the market. That's how you do it. It's not called a guilty pleasure. A guilty pleasure doesn't make you sign up to a disadvantageous contract that you don't agree with because you're too desperate for a product. At that point, you are accepting the risk and the cost of it. The PvP in this game could be fun. That's the problem. The PvP in this game in the, I mean, Whimsy, was that on our servers? Was that on public servers? I mean, I'm going to need more information. I can't talk about your experience, but I can talk about the general experience on our server. I think PvE should have been respected, but doing a sweeping change all the way up to E5 and giving people a day's worth of notice, that's... I would have been like, you know what, A, B, and C. That could have been fine. And I think you should have put Stravidium and Titanium accessible in those nodes through PvE methods where you have to go through... Effectively a bit like one of the dungeons in the Haga Rift where you have to clear yourself through PvE in order to get the end game material. So there's at least some challenge to it. Now you just land on a random island, harvest a bit of Stravidium, and it's gone for 45 minutes. But like I said, we've got a very different experience here on our private servers than we do on official servers. I've logged on to a couple of official servers and had a bit of a play around. I know that the chat there and the engagement there is very, very different. But I think dropping this on players... Pastor, if I know what you're trying to lead me to a conversation about, don't do it. I'm not in the mood for it today. Consumers should choose when you sign an agreement. You are saying that you have the capacity to agree to that agreement. You don't agree to it, don't sign it. It is that simple. That's how any contract should work. If you don't understand the contract, that's an education matter. Don't agree to things that you don't agree with just because you want the product so much. At that point, accept the cost of what you're agreeing to. Yeah, people buy things because it says June on the tin. Fine, I agree. Yeah. I still don't know how I feel about the changes. I've not had enough experience of what the game's gonna be like with it. It just feels very abrupt, very sudden, and it feels to me like it changes some of the way that the Deep Desert feels. So I'm gonna need time to basically to work out how it actually affects the gameplay. I'm just saying that from a feeling perspective, for players to have this dropped on them with that much notice isn't that great. And then yes, you get into the discussions of, well, you know, did anyone get an option for this on private servers? No, we haven't got any option. I'll be honest with you, the PvP was optional the way it was. You could just run. If you just couldn't fly around without any kind of negative consequences in a Mark IV scout ornithopter and expect to survive. I don't think that's too unreasonable. I agree to the terms of the private server, though. You actually, Guide of Souls, I haven't signed anything to agree to terms of service of use in a private server, bud. So, nice try. Neither of any of you. You agreed to Funcom's overall terms of service, not anything specific to our server. So to say that there's some kind of terms of service for the private servers, no, there's no terms of service that we enact for our server. We have server rules that we have for our Discord and for our community rules, sure. And they're expected to be followed on this. It just, to give what is basically 16 hours notice of this being a thing, and then to drop it onto everyone's live games the next day, that's rough. That's rough for players. You have to accept no matter which side you're on, you've not given people a lot of time to work out how they actually feel about that change. They could have waited a day. Even 24 hours would have been enough. So I can see why people are so upset about it.
I was looking to get into maybe a little scrap before bed, but this is kind of just like bummed me out. I think I'm just gonna go to bed.
I agree that there was issues in PvP. I don't think the issues were so bad that they warranted the sweeping change of this so suddenly. That's my issue here. It's the feeling of the fact that you've had a massive about face and it's changed the feeling of the game and people don't know how they feel about it. That's on them. Ooh, I forgot I had a bunch of loot. All the endgame materials from the PvE area, by the way. Pretty Miles, that's the issue I'm going to see. You're going to see a very core group of players drop away. Yes, I think it will be good to see some of the more toxic PvPers drop away. There are people who have been flying around with, like, kind of willy-nilly with Mark 6 ornithopters with rocket pods. which are, apart from if you've got a thruster and run away, nigh on unbeatable. So I don't think that it was particularly balanced in PvP, but I just don't know that this was the right way to do such a sweeping change so quickly. Like I said, I think my favorite choice would have been here to do A, B, and C at the most. Put in some kind of PvE content where people could go down into mining areas or facilities where it was where Dravidium and Titanium was being mined, and you had to fight PvE for it. Because that way you're not risking PvP engagement, but you are still having to do some work to get it. Now, I mean, getting Titanium and Plastinium, therefore, kind of, it's very devalued, and people will choose a safe farm most of the time over anything else because they can just, like, log in, log off. You know, you can just log off after you've harvested it and log back in 40 minutes later and it will basically be back. That's what you'll find that people end up doing with their base in the desert. They'll basically have a few nodes. They'll log on. They'll be like, oh, you know, I'll harvested my nodes. I'm going to log off again. I'm going to do my work for 40 minutes and I'll log back in again. If you think that's not how people would work in a game, go and look at Ashes of Creation. I think the problem is that I see this leading to manifesting the wrong kind of behaviors for PvE and PvP players. We talk in EVE about something called the Blue Donut, which is where the entirety of the universe is allied with itself and they don't go to war meaningfully. This creates an environment where a number of players are going to be incredibly softened up by the game because they're never going to engage in PvP, rightfully or wrongfully. That's up to each person's choice. But when it comes to the next DLC, all of a sudden you can't give, you know, things that are only for PvP players because you've already proven you've got a precedent of not doing that. So, you know, you're going to have to accept that this is the way things are always going to be. And if you've set that kind of precedent, that's why players like Shroud, etc. will leave. Yeah, I've seen it happen. For example, there's a person who was basically, they would tuck their buggy into a little corner where it was sheltered. They would log off 40 minutes. They would log back in. I've seen that happen. Yeah, I mean, if we see people landing Thopters on you to pin you down on our server, that's what you get account wiped for. Yeah, and if you don't like the fact that other players are going to be in your game and there's going to be PvP, that's a completely valid reason to not buy it for. I completely agree with that, whoever that is. We'll make some wedding wire. I'll go back out there and I'll show you some of the issues that I see and kind of how manifestly problematic it will be, right? Rent your own server, play solo, but that doesn't work because when you get to the deep desert, you've got to share a world with people. It's not an actual option. That's not feasible for people. I would just love to see what the decision-making process was behind launching it today. They announced it yesterday, and people were already questioning it and not sure about it. They announced it for the testing client. But this hasn't been tested. It's not been checked anywhere. No one, as far as I am aware, got to the deep desert stage in the test server in one day, right? If you're going to discuss these things in chat, please stay reasonable. I want to be very clear to you that I will not tolerate you guys getting personal or getting abusive in your arguments. You can have reasoned conversation in my chat. I do not mind that. But don't start getting angry at each other and, you know, being rude. It's you'll very quickly find that I just don't have any tolerance for it, and people, you will probably get friendly fired at that point. I've not had much sleep. I've been dealing with shitters on the internet all night. Don't tempt me, mortals. Concurrent players. Go have a look. No, it's not time to review bomb. That's never an answer. Do not brigade games companies. Express your opinion, sure, but do not coordinate. Yeah, I'm looking at things like the discussions and stuff. How do you test deep does it change when part of the balancing is the ability of resources on a test server where tests have naturally have far fewer participants? That's why you need to have decent testing tools, but like, what is this basically? I think the natural progression here will be to reduce it to the C-band. At least that way you've got a natural server border when you go over it, so you should roughly know at least where the server border is and have some kind of indicator of when you go over it. I think realistically, if you're going to do this, you need to make the shield wall bigger, because the shield walls are really nice, player-friendly designation that you are crossing into an unsafe area. I think changing the location of that shield wall is going to be important. All of you knew as soon as you flew off that shield wall in the deep desert that that's when you were at risk. It was really damn clear. Now, that line is just a straight line across the middle of the map with no indicator whatsoever until you're in it and you're on the countdown for 5 seconds. And even then, that countdown for 5 seconds is actually fairly delayed. Yeah. I just don't understand the speed of it. That's what's really throwing me, that the fact this has come out of the blue so rapidly. That's what I think people are shocked about. I mean, yeah, but there are very, very few abilities and powers available to me as a server admin, as a server owner. I can do, I think I have 3 options, bud. So I had to work quite closely with the trial when we're doing these kind of bans and stuff. Yeah, Pammy, I understand that. I'll catch you later. Have a good one. It's really difficult because, like I've said to everyone, we get a really one-sided view of how the server and how the overall architecture and infrastructure of the game is working together when we're on a private server. We have a generally very positive and collaborative community. We have a very kind of combined force when it comes to fairness, treating it doing the right thing. So we've not had the same extent of griefing and basically abuse issues that some of the public servers have had. So I can understand this being deployed out to the official servers rapidly to fix some of the issues that are giving the game a bad name. Just it doesn't feel right to me that that 50% is just too much. It's just too much. I think 33%. You know, I'm more fine with the PvP risks and how to combat them. I am lucky in that regard to have a lot of testing time in the game. I recognize that I've probably got a very unfair view of it through having, you know, groups that I'm with, or, you know, a bit more practice time. I can understand that there's probably stuff I'm not seeing here and I haven't got the full picture for sure. I'm not sure I like it. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't have to care. I'm just flying and Exactly. Yeah, we haven't got a, you know, two full guilds of Russian assault players who are probably, you know, trained special forces who seem to be mowing down people in the deep desert left, right, and center for sure. So I think there's probably a very different experience that we've had on these private servers and the public ones, which is probably why it feels so unnecessary to us, but actually likely feels a bit more necessary to those who are playing on official servers. Those of you who are playing on official servers in chat, if you are happy to give us some of your experiences, I think we would really benefit from that. If you can tell us about the things you've experienced on official servers, so I can get more of an understanding of some of the issues that you face, because we've not had these, and so to me this feels like it's too far. Some of you will likely have stories that I'll be like, yeah, you know what, I can completely understand why you need that level of change, but to me it feels unnecessary still. As a PvE player, I'm not still making game gear, so I get the unlocks. Doing fun in deep desert. I can understand that. I'm still on official that the thought the change is good, but PvE zone needs to be shrunk. Okay, that's a nice kind of mid ground. I could definitely get behind that and agree with that. I think, like I said, I think the ABC zone and then reworking what's in the B and C zone, I think would be quite doable. People get gunned down while farming, but it's positions they can run away from, minus the labs. Most better. Okay, so you're finding that you can actually work around the PvE and the PvP because you know what you're doing. Have you seen the thumbs down reviews on their Steam page? Long-winded wording and not in good faith recommend. I disagree. Funcom have been very, very engaging throughout. This is one potentially, I'm going to be very clear, potentially not fully thought out move, but I don't believe that they would have not thought this change through. I think this is more that I don't have the full information, to be honest with you. I think there's stuff that I have missed that I have not been made privy to because I've been running, you know, 25 private servers. I've had more on my mind than what is going on every single other type of server, or even on the G Portal servers or the X Realm servers that aren't Matrado ones. I think the change to Scouts was exceptionally needed. I very much think that it was ridiculous to have full speed Mark 6 rocket Scout Ornithopters just absolutely destroying everyone else. I think that was grim. I think there needs to be a counterplay to large groups of Ornithopters. To be honest with you, I think that having large groups of swarming Ornithopters like that should summon Sardaukar ships of some kind, or should summon some kind of aerial response that you have to take out and deal with. That would not only allow people to learn how to do aerial combat in a PvE environment, then encouraging them to do PvP more because they'll understand how to use their vehicle to cause damage. And I think that giving things like I've said, having the Stravidium fields, you know, hidden underneath the sand in those kind of mining facilities would be a good way of engaging people in difficult PvE content, while still allowing them to progress into endgame gear, and you fork it off at that point. But the fact that I can just land on any one of the islands that I see that has a, you know, let's see if we can find one that has the Stravidium node. Oh, actually, while we're here, we can test this as well. There's a bug with this journey. Let's see if this journey was fixed. Okay, so I'm going to travel to a control point. This one is held by the Atreides. They're probably going to come and rocket me while I do this because I'm testing. I'm on foot, so there should be nothing that's interrupting me from doing this. So I didn't tick off travel to the control point. In the Steam forums, PvE people have already started complaining about people making bases next to mats up till E-band and camping them, plus people notice that moving past it is now even more of a risk as it is easier to cover. I guess so. Zoom. Okay, so that journey is still very broken. You've got hate comments on your positive review. This is what I hate about the internet now. It's either you're with something or against. There's no room for nuance. There's no room for, I want to educate myself more. Leave me alone while I change my opinion and I come to my own decision. It's you either agree with someone but no, like, without listening to their argument sometimes, or you disagree with someone. You're Hitler. There's no in between. So this is PvP, and then it's literally just a complete invisible line. There's no marker, there's no ability to notice this. It's just a matter of you go left over a line, you go right over a line. There's nothing to it. Jacob, I'm really sorry to hear that, but that's the most frustrating. You know, I've been there. I just think this could have been handled better. And that's what it is. I don't inherently disagree. At the end of the day, they'll iterate on it and they will come to some kind of conclusion. It'll probably just take some time to get to the state where it's kind of balanced between them. I think we should let them cook. In the meantime, how do I feel about it? It's a very good question. I think that I've been in the game before when PvE players want to be able to play the game that they thought they were signing up for, and I very much understand wanting to play the game and experience the Dune universe. I get that. We need to be making sure that we're listening to PvE players' concerns as much as we are PvP players. I do believe that there's a certain level of, you were told that this was PvP, and there are things you can do to manage it. I think personally that the PvE players have been inadequately supported by the game in how that you are taught to engage in PvP. You are just taught, you know, dying bad, don't do. But in PvP, you need to accept that death is a very likely outcome. Yeah, just think I might be able to share something with you, chat, actually, to see what what I'm allowed to say. Don't want to say anything too early. I mean, there are people out there, and I want those of you who disagree with these changes, I want to be really clear. Please let these people speak. Out there, if you agree with these changes and you support them and you like them, please could you tell me why? I'd love to understand that. I would love to understand what it is that you like about this. Good morning. Funcom have pushed a change to Deep Desert, which is very interesting. I'm just kind of understanding why. I'd really like to understand what people in chat like about the changes, for those of them who think it's a good idea. You know, the changes as a lower level player to get into Deep Desert feels easier and less threatening. Okay, I can understand that. The Deep Desert is incredibly daunting, especially the way the game talks about it as being this, you know, very dangerous and very kind of not drama driven, but it's very interaction driven gameplay. I can understand that having something. The cheater rumors, have I heard? I've not encountered it personally, but that said, every game has cheaters and bugs and things that can be exploited. I'm very sure Funcom on it. I know they've been made aware of a number of issues, and they are going to be able to. They are on it. Like, that's the whole thing. You like the changes? We didn't think it was going to be half the deal with ABC. I could, like I said, I think ABC would be workable if PvE players who weren't going to engage in PvP still had a measure of challenge and what's the word I'm looking for? It's like content which supported their end game, right? Because at the moment you're just going to fly around these in the safe zone and be like, oh, there's no titanium Stravidium. Well, I'm just going to find a node and log off next to it for 45 minutes and then come back. Like, that's not going to be engaging gameplay for anyone out here. Whereas if you had to go below the earth in a facility, fight your way through some enemies, and then you'd be able to harvest, you know, 3, 4, 5 nodes, for example, you and your group would then have to extract that, and then you could basically leave with it. You've fought for it, you've worked for that, and you've progressed your, you know, your goals within the game. I think that would feel more meaningful. But you've got every single player out here in Northrop that's like, oh look, I'm looking for Stravidium, I'm looking for titanium. I've seen more people out here in this band now than I have in probably a week in the Deep Desert. When you log out there, and that's what you'd need to make sure that there was a system in place where you can't do that. So I do have something I'm able to share with you though, chat. I asked Funcom straight up, hey look, I would really like to understand the reasons behind the rapid deployment of this change. I think the abruptness is half of the issues that people are going to be finding, really. It is very sudden for a lot of people, particularly people who are kind of comfortable with the game. It's a bit like, whoa, where did this come from? I want to explain why I don't think this undermines the way that Funcom operate and the faith I have in them so far. Because I got a very straight up answer from them. Effectively, over the past few days, and this is more true off of our servers and others, a narrative has been taking place that the endgame is just a griefing hellhole of toxicity. And I'll be honest, some of the stuff you hear off of specific servers, like the Russian Gank server, that is becoming the reputation of the endgame. But it's definitely not true on all servers, and it's certainly not true of every single person on those servers. But as has been said here, you know, the Steam review sentiment is very important to them, and they dropped 30 points in 3 days. That is colossal. That makes a massive difference to players who might get into the game in future, being like, actually, no, I'm not going to trust it. They have to listen to the reviews of their players, you know, that's how that works. If they want to be making money, they need to be a successful commercial model to continue for the future. They need to be listening to the will of the players, and people were voting, you know, very clearly with their Steam reviews. So they got ahead of the narrative. You know, they've obviously provided us with the information about the public test realm, and players were still broadly, people wanted this to be sooner. I know that I'm just as guilty of everyone. I said I don't really want to wait until the start of, you know, July for all of this. I would like some of the stuff soon, and they put things like certain Deep Desert fixes in. Not all of them, but hey, we're there. There are bug fixes and other things coming. Yo, Sam, thank you very much for the 2 community subs, first of all. I really appreciate it. It's amazing. So basically, this comes down to the fact that they had to change something. They had to do something to address the concerns of players who are leaving the game in droves and people who are leaving these negative reviews because they are hearing about or encountering these very toxic PvP situations, even if they were the minority. I mean, how many of you have been in a community online where a minority of people have given the group a bad name, or have given the wrong impression of something by the very nature of just how kind of groups work? It's such a common thing to happen that I'm sure almost every single one of you will have experienced it online, if not in person. It's just the nature of how groups form and interact. unfortunately, the game is getting lumped in, and everyone who's playing the game is getting lumped in with these the people who are creating these negative outcomes. And Funcom are doing what they can, by the looks of things, to offset those negative outcomes for as many players as they can, even if that is a sweeping and alarming change. I believe that they will iterate on it. I believe they will listen to player feedback. They've listened to every bit of feedback I've given them. So I will still have confidence in them, and I will give them time to fix the game. I will still engage in the game in the ways that I enjoy. I still very much enjoy gathering resources, flying around, scanning, explo, gathering, you know, little bits of story here and there, gathering cosmetics. I'm still very much enjoying the game. That said, this just feels strange to me. I will likely need some time to get used to it. I think it would have been doable, like I said, with the A, B, and C bands, introducing some more end game PvE content, like putting mines in where you could kind of extract it. They are working on more PvE content, which I think is very, very important. They're delivering that every 3 to 4 months, I believe, is what stated kind of timelines for that. So I think we will see things like that as they iterate on this, but I also understand those of you who are mad about it, particularly people who love PvP and bought this, you know, we're engaged in Deep Desert for that PvP. It will feel like something's been taken away from you. That's completely fair for you to feel that way. It's completely fair for you to believe that this was done too quickly. I think they probably, you know, I'm very certain, knowing what I do at Funcom and how we worked with them during the playtest, that they wouldn't have done this if there wasn't a reason for it. You know, they didn't do this because they wanted to fuck over the players. They didn't hate PvPers. They are wanting to try. They're trying to find a solution that works for the majority of their players in the best way they can to protect the game and keep it going long term. If all of these negative reviews hit and people stop buying the game and engaging with the game, and they're like, you know what, that's it, they won't be able to make a game again. They won't be able to make the game. So, if you want them to fix this and you want them to be able to do something about this, trust that they will fix it. Give them a chance. Devs can't magic these things out of thin air overnight. And remember that I can't make any assumptions here. I don't know what Funcom's internal corporate structure is like. But when a CEO of a company starts seeing negative impacts on the company they run, their job is to correct that or to look into that matter. It's very possible that there's pressure from elsewhere in the company or from investors or even from staff who don't want to see their efforts and their love they put into this game at risk or wasted. There's a lot of other reasons why this might have been bumped up the priority order, and you have to remember that it's not some kind of personal attack against the players. It's not because they hate PvPers or, you know, they want to deal with certain things or certain streamers are the problem. It's about they are trying to fix the game. They're not going to upset everyone. There are a number of people who are very happy with this change. I asked in chat, there are people in this chat right now who are happy with the change. That is completely their choice, and I'm glad that they like it. I'm glad that they like the change. Some people have been having a really shitty experience in the Deep Desert, hearing about 60-man Russian gang squads of Mark 6 ornithopters wiping out entire groups. I can understand some of the positive feelings about this. My personal concern, I think, feels to me, and I'm running on not very much sleep, so it's a bit harder to translate myself. I think it comes down to just the speed of it, and I think that's one of those things that if you're going to deploy a fix like this quickly, you're going to have to do it. I'm sure that the people who got the warnings for racial slurs and stuff were like, wait, there were no warnings, what the hell, it's very much out of the blue. You have that shock feeling. I understand that. Ultimately, they know the metrics internally. I think that this could have been delivered probably better, but I've got the luxury of hindsight on this already. They're just doing their best as devs. Then they got to meet not only our requirements as players, but their own internal requirements of staying true to the lore and the game. Delivering something that they think is going to be fun for engaging for the most number of people. And remember, it is for the most number of people when it comes to this, because this change has to benefit, to their eyes, most of the community in a fair way. It has to be a fair change. I don't think anyone is unfairly treated by this. I don't think anyone's progression is made significantly harder. If anything, everyone's progression is made easier to get to the end game. I think for me, that's going to make it even more important to get to whatever the next tier will be. to find out what that future content will be so that you can keep progressing, because now there is very little stopping someone from just sitting here, setting a timer for 45 minutes, logging back in, harvesting that same node, logging out. Do that while they're in their work day through remote desktop, for example. And, you know, by the end of the day, you've got full inventory, you can just fly home. I will also be honest with you, we lost a huge swathe of Harkonnen players this week because of the Landsrad problem. I'm working with the Atreides players and with other kind of Landsrad leaders to discuss what we can do here if the Atreides win to make it fair. I know that's a problem. We are looking at it. I'm really sorry that happened. It was to do with server update of timing so that the Coriolis storm matched with our server reset because people complained about it last week. And unfortunately, it was probably done at like the wrong time and it just caused a couple of bugs. The Landsrad, last week the Harkonnens won the Landsrad and it only lasted 2 hours for them. Then it reset, locked everyone else out, and reset their basically the buff that they were getting from having not won before. So there's now no way they can win realistically this week because half of the Harkonnen players are just like, you know what, we're done with the Landsrad. It's very much damaged people's opinion of the end game. I've had a number of tickets about it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's fair to say PvP players are exaggerating as a blanket statement, but I think you're going to have to show evidence on that and something to support that. I'm not going to allow a blanket statement like PvP players are just exaggerating, because that's not... You're not engaging in good faith at that point. You're just dismissing their arguments because you're saying they're exaggerating. Yeah, that's the AI absorbing your souls. It's all right, but I just want to be real clear that, like, if we're gonna have a meaningful and adult conversation about this, we have to be accepting that other people need to understand why we disagree with stuff. Why I won't allow somebody to come in and just be like, wrong, incorrect. No, explain your work, show your working. It's very, very important. That's how it goes. Has the game been solid enough recently to support good PvP? The game stability has not been a significant problem. I'll be honest, there's not been crashes. There are a few interactions on a physics level when you get too close to other players, etc. That I think that make it a bit difficult. But Felix and I had like a 5-minute duel earlier. It just becomes the PvP is very interesting. Do I think the whole server will stick on farming the safe zone resources, announcing that the players will still go into the PvP zone anyway? Because resources are very scarce and be enough for very few players. Exactly, but what you're going to find is people will build a big square box over a spawn, and then they'll just harvest that spawn inside their base, which we've already seen someone do this morning. There are still some issues with banning, like, for example, if I just show you, if I go to this one's the kind of the more problematic one. If I go like, oh, now you're going to work. Those wings aren't normally that fly-throughable. You can't destroy the box in the spawn. No, if it's in a PvE area, you're not going to be able to destroy it. How do you think this works? Okay, well, at least the wings no longer are quite so interactive. That's good to hear. There's no longer so much sticking on these wings. The flat one is the one that, get on. Neat. Did they fix the rocket damage? You mean the module which shows wrongly? I really like that you called it blancmange rather than spice melange. Okay. It's not really what I told you to do, but fine. Is our server a test server? The devs just have access. The devs have had access. They don't currently have access. Like I said, I think my area of focus really would be that the game, because it does not currently help someone learn how to not be scared of PvP. You are just told Deep Desert bad, Deep Desert scary. You are told you shouldn't be dying. You want to risk your stuff, and then you're also told, oh yeah, in order to progress in the game now, you have to go and risk all of those things. If the game held your hand a bit, taught you a little bit how to avoid a scout ornithopter, helps you deal with what fighting a player might be like, because they are very functionally different to fighting an NPC, I think people would be less scared of PvP. Was it? Yeah, I didn't get a full sleep cycle last night, as in I didn't have any sleep cycle last night. I'm not necessarily that exasperated. Don't put words in my mouth, bud. Like I'm in good spirits. I've been doing very well. I'm just a bit shocked by the change just being so rapid. I think that's all it is. It's just been a whiplash on, okay, geez, I didn't realize this was coming to us today. Because of course, remember, my view of the patch notes were only maybe an hour before this change went in. I did not know this was happening today. No one did. That is why there's quite a lot of concern and uproar. It's a huge amount of whiplash in the community from this. I understand they need to deploy fixes quickly. I think that Funcom have probably done the best they can on this. I think it's very fair for you as PvP players to be upset and you as PvP players to be excited about the changes if that's what you want. I don't think no one should treat you wrongly for being excited about the change. You are free to have both views in the chat. I want you to discuss reasonably between you. I'm not overworking. I wouldn't be here if I was overworking myself. Ruthless, I'm very proud of you, bud. That's the right thing to do as a consumer, in my opinion. People dropping thumbs on down, players they lose everything was a bad look. There's no honor in a lot of PvP as game. That's, I mean, look, I've always said that I don't believe in honorable PvP. And when we fought people yesterday, I was very clear that when that person stayed and tried to fight, when their ornithopter was destroyed, we finished the job. You stay and choose to fight, that's it. You have to accept the consequences in your actions. If you are going to be, if you're going to try to run, personally, I will let you go. Like, that's how I generally tend to play the game. Like, it's not like I'm afraid of PvP. It's with my older machine connection. This PvP fly out lagged everything 10. Yeah, I mean that's very fair. You know, that's something I doesn't necessarily consider about. If you're playing on a lower connection, are you able to meaningfully play the game due to lag or due to server issues? That's also a concern. I can imagine that being a thing. That being said, are you not still going to have the same issue in the deep desert now? Just without players shooting at you, I guess. Yeah, I mean, but look, I would ask that if somebody, you know, look, I would ask that if I was fleeing from a fight, somebody wouldn't necessarily chase me down just to be toxic and to be like, ah, I got a kill from you. Like, it's more fun when both players actually want to put things on the line and fight it out to the death. That's great. There's a reason why I've got this. This thing is the fastest ornithopter that's possible. There you go, immediately taking off 190, 193 for... I can get to 700 height, let go of space, press shift, still jetting. And I'm stable speed, high height, rapidly. I then have the option as my heat decreases to do something that assault ornithopters are never going to be able to do. Ornithopters with rockets are never going to be able to do sustainably because they incur heat from firing their rocket launchers. I can do this. So this is one of your main ways of avoiding PvP combat. Okay, I'm now in a scout ornithopter, stably cruising at 170 kilometers an hour, 850 meters up. Well, most people who want to fight me are going to have to be 100 feet below me, angled up, otherwise they're going to be burning up a huge amount of fuel trying to get to my level to rocket me. Let alone building a huge amount of stuff. Yeah, this is a tier 6 with a Mark 6 thruster. It is the fastest ornithopter that you can get. But you can work up to that. I think what you'll end up finding is everyone's going to be flying these around. There'll actually be no meaningful engagement in late game PvP apart from where groups are basically agreeing to go at it, because 4.5 zones is actually not that large a distance. And it turns like an absolute demon as well, see? No real altitude or speed loss doing that. Because leaders will not only chase you down on site, they will call him back up and be toxic VoIP the entire time. Fortunately, those are the kind of people on the private server that we're on who get their accounts wiped. I have no time for toxic or abusive VoIP. It's there's no room for it. That's why we've actioned people for homophobic and racial slurs this week. And because we can't ban people, what we do instead is we just wipe their progress and then set it so that it wipes the progress over and over and over and over again. So I think this one's just a matter of we just need to wait and see how this actually plays out for gameplay. A lot of people are making assumptions about this is going to be good for PvE, bad for PvE. We haven't seen a change like this tested at any point in the playtesting. I think it will be very interesting for us to see exactly how this plays out over the coming couple of days. And I would like to think that players will give it a chance when they've kind of come to terms with it. If you don't like the change, absolutely fine. Don't play the game, take some time away, do whatever you need to. If you like the change, give the devs some feedback. They would love to hear positive things right now. Even if you are a quiet voice in the room, I cannot tell you how much it means to have even 1 or 2 voices speaking up and being like, you know what, I know you're getting a lot of flack for this, but I appreciate what you're doing. That makes a huge amount of difference, okay? Yeah, you can use exclamation point Dune Discord, and that'll get you to our Dune Discord server. In there's a channel called In-Game Server Info. That will give you the info to join our channels. You believe I should be able to plan? Yeah, that's something that Funcom, I believe, are working on. Oh no, you punched me a few times and my health's gone down by a small millimeter. Now what? Gonna stand there, right? What I'll do is let PvE players have ABC. I know PvE. Vehicles out of range. No, I don't. No, the green ship should never be PvE areas. You have the green ships be PvE areas on your in your deep desert. They should be PvE areas in the Haga Basin. You need to maintain consistency in your game design. I believe in lore they are Assassin's War for a reason, potentially because they're not Arrakis soil or something, maybe? I don't know. Or Arrakis sand. Mad Matt, very aware. That's why I didn't sleep last night. I was dealing with all the stuff from that. Although it's very interesting that most of the conversations about that topic don't start up until American time zone comes awake, which is not where the initiative actually is, which I find very interesting. But hey, we'll go from there. Weird that all the people who aren't European signing up, especially if you look at the Google Analytics for it, which is deeply funny as well, because the interest doesn't start until it's like midnight EU time.
One who marks not the movement of stars. One whose command of power is infinite. Into boundless.
Jai Halud.
Shai Hulud is at the center and throughout. Shai Hulud holds our feet above the sand and guides each step we take. Safeguarding our future, so too does Shai Hulud remind us of the genesis of all things, the origin without beginning, and admonishes us against our forgetting. But we do not forget. No! For that is what Shai Hulud demands. That we are steadfast, that we endure, that we are ever changeless in our
I don't think that's true of all Americans. I know some absolutely wonderful American people, but I think it's easy to hate on people in the US right now, but most individuals aren't the problem here. Not the ones that we have in chat anyway. I don't want to lump you all in together. It's a small subsection of people who
shoulder this burden.
have seem to have a habit of getting offended on behalf of others. I think really,
We carry the word.
and that's true of every issue.
We triumph over
Annie is purging on Space Marine 2 right now. I could be convinced to purge, I guess. I mean, my OBS is basically semi-functional, but hey. Oh, I got poisoned. That's a shame.
our so-called brethren of the desert.
How much? Oh, it's not very much poison. We're good.
Name only.
Worth it.
Yet I say it is a name that sets them apart.
I haven't got a Thor face for Space Marine though, so that's going to be an issue.
A name that livens the truth.
Hint.
No, that name
PvP popular in Space Marine 2? No, I haven't done that much PvP in Space Marine 2. It's more about wandering around as a Swiss Marine. You can give them biscuits if you want.
Yes. Yes. Now, my sisters, my brothers, my warriors, know that Shai Hulud is the life of Arrakis, and the Masquerades are the water that sustains it.
Not sure that's true. I'm not sure the Masquerade are the water that sustains Arrakis. Then the Masquerade are mostly big bitches. There should be a melee guy around it somewhere. There we go. There's another bitch over here. There you go. I think that was a fair trade. More carbide scraps, not enough diamondine dust. Going on strike. They see me rolling. Really? You're just gonna stand there? There you go. Come on. Come on. Oh, you punched me. Oh no. He was scared. Who's scared? Put that up to full. Switch that out for this. Wrong one. Catch you later, balls. I have a good one. Time to try out my new soft step boots. Oh, why did you put my Holtzman on? Why? That's rude. We're being brave. I know I've got a fast takeoff ornithopter, so... Bleep. We're fleeing bravely. Yes, Flimsy, you can, or alternatively, you could just buy the other factions stuff. If you max out Harko, you can buy the Atreides pieces from the Harkonnen weapons vendor. In the coming days, that's moving to the Harkonnen furniture one. Yeah, Shai Hulud. Yeah. Shai Lily's brother. Yeah, that's how that works. Distantly related. Like twice removed. Well, the conversion rate is between large and medium spice refineries. At a large spice refinery, you will turn you'll turn 10,000 spice sand into 200 melange. So it's 50% the cost of the small one. The medium one, I'm not telling. Why is my ornithop so wiggly all of a sudden? Long distant brother, yeah. She's incredibly powerful. She's actually the boss of Arrakis. That's how that works. Spice. When people say that you need to, you have to go to the deep desert for spice, I'm like, but you really don't. I'm gonna run out of space. I can hear you, big grumbly bitch. We all know that you're a big bitch. Leave us alone. I mean, Indiana, look, I can see why everyone's annoyed about it. I personally am just a bit shocked by its suddenness. But the devs are listening to PvE players, and I'm sure they will correct on it. I'm sure they will correct. I'm sure they will iterate. They're not just going to leave it the way it is. Like, that's not how this works. One day, what a PTR? Yes, but alternatively, if you look at the other side of it, on Steam they dropped 30 points due to the fact that the end game was becoming a ganky PvP grind fest of toxicity. What steps were needed? You're going to have to make drastic steps to show the market that you're planning on changing the game. Whether this was too soon or too far or not enough notice, that's an individual choice. Like, everyone's going to have a different goalpost for that, and I don't think it's fair to say that, there's any objective measure of time that they should have waited for something like this, because realistically, they needed to deliver a fix to their game to fix a problem that was becoming very evident on the Steam forums. Go and look at the Steam forums and see what people were complaining about yesterday and the day before. It's not this change, trust me. The issue they're complaining about is 100% going to be, the end game PvP grindfest and fight fest that's out there, the toxicity, etc. If this is the change that's going to take to kind of turn the page on some of that stuff, and maybe start having players like come back to the game, see if they'll engage with it and maybe learn to PvP for themselves, that'd be better. I would rather they did something than nothing. It's just this was very rapid. Like, I read the patch notes like an hour before, well, not even an hour, I think, before the changes. Love has taken its toll on me. Yeah, PvP players, if you dislike this choice, you should also be clear about it. There is a middle ground to be found. You have the right as a consumer to voice what you are experiencing and what you're feeling about the game. That's entirely your right, because what you write as a review may inform someone else's purchasing decision. Just be aware that writing those kind of reviews is not a place for abuse. It's not a place where it's okay to be rude or trying to push a narrative that isn't actually true. Just try and be reasonable and understand that these devs are people too. That's all I'm going to ask. Whether you agree with it or not is always going to be your choice. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong for agreeing with it or disagreeing with it. But remember that the other side of this, devs are going to be people. Don't treat them like they're just faces behind a screen. I won't have it here. I won't allow you to treat anyone like that, whether it's other chat members or developers. People put a huge amount of effort into building a community. People, when devs become people, I think like 1991. I wouldn't say that. Then if you say to someone, I hope you step on Lego, you are actually saying to them, if someone passes your language, I hope that you experience something incredibly painful. That's a really horrible thing to say to someone. What you're not going to be saying that in good faith or in any good way, except if you're saying it to your mates, in which case you have a preset social understanding that is okay. Don't go around telling people that you wish significant harm and pain on them, is my advice to you generally. The problem is that, like, it will be taken as you might mean it as playful, but if 100 people say it, where's that line? If 1,000 people say it, where is that line? You're not the only person who's going to be saying stuff like this, and think about the way that your individual impact is cumulatively going to impact those developers. It's not, I can guarantee, but it's not just going to be what, 1 or 2 of you out there who are saying these things. And these guys have put years of work into their game. Like, they're not just going to be like, you know what, we've made this one change, that's it. We recognize we've made a mistake, and, you know, we're going to leave it this way forever. Fuck you guys. What developer is going to say that? Just give them time to iterate on it. Give them time to see what the actual feedback is, the actual outcome, the reality of the situation, rather than just all of us acting based on feelings and shock, because a lot of us are right now. Just chill about it, you know? Yes, Thor has been suffering from the It's Only Me group for a long time. Yeah. It's horrible. It's awful to see people that you are friends with who do that. Like, to go through that. And you would all hate it if it was a friend or a family member, so don't do it to someone else. Basically my view on it. I know that no one's like, oh, you're taking the developer side. How could you? You should be all pro-consumer. You're a consumer protection solicitor. That's not how this works. Like, treat people with respect no matter who they are. That comes above whether consumers should be protected or not. I don't think that you are worthy of the same level of respect if you're not going to treat others with respect. That's how that works. The player base in the PvE sections of the deep desert are not raidable. No, Drazagus. I checked that with Funcom. We did a little test in the game. It didn't work out. Funcom confirmed our understanding of that. Yes. Weasel, the issue is that everyone had the same access to information when you purchased that game as well. So there is an argument, and if you try to argue what you're arguing there in an EU court under a case of consumer matters, for example, they will turn around and tell you that you knew what you were signing up to, you have gained use out of it in line with the terms of service of use, and it is on your guys' end. Whether or not that's fair or just isn't actually necessarily reasonable. There's no objective argument you can make there, which is, oh, you know, I've purchased this game and therefore from a consumer perspective, they shouldn't have done this change. That's not a thing. That's not how this works. I wish it was. It'd be lovely if it was. I think there's a certain level of that. Yes, Talk. I think that there's a certain level of feeling from players right now that it will trivialize the gameplay in some way. But none of us have actually tested that. None of us know what is exactly happening to the gameplay for a long period of time. You know, we've not got any kind of objective testing data. We don't have an understanding of how many deaths are being caused, how much fighting is going on, whether this is driving a change, whether having people in the E-line means there are people watching you. I think you have to be very, very aware that, you know, there's going to be a lot of nuance here. There's going to be a lot of discussion back and forth, a lot of feeling rather than objective fact. We don't have all of the objective measures. Funcom have all of that information. They will share us what they can and what they are willing to. They are just trying to make a good game. And unfortunately, sometimes it's going to involve pissing you off. Sometimes that will. When we have to do things on block game and we have to take the servers down and we have to get rid of mechanics that people like, unfortunately, I'm not going to look at... Yeah, Valve versus an Australian court. Stop bringing that fucking case up, bud. You went through it several times yesterday and you argued in chat about it. Not relevant. It doesn't work that way across the entirety of the world. Stop trying to push a narrative of a case that is not relevant outside of the jurisdiction that it's in and isn't one that we're talking about. Christ. So I think Funcom have a heat map that shows them where most PvP death is happening. I don't know what Funcom have internally. I think that would be a very cool system. I'd love to see that. Exactly. The EU has a hugely strong not data protection, consumer protection framework in it already. There's a huge amount of protection in there. So, you know, you'll end up with the same situations you're seeing elsewhere of it'll be, well, no, we've already got consumer protections in place. The consumer should be deciding based on the information they've got available. Is what's happened in conversations elsewhere on the internet about other things recently. Dude, there are many things that led to Valve changing the refund policy. Most of it was likely the uproar from consumers, the consumer pressure, rather than a court in Australia saying you have to do things a certain way. That's not good. To be honest with you, if it was worth it more, Valve would have been like, you know what, Australia, we're not gonna support you. That comes down to a commercial decision. It's not they were compelled to do it by a court finding, which is also very different than proposals, regulation, initiatives. And if you keep on trying to lead conversations back in the direction that you are, I am going to ban you from the channel, bud. I'm so sick of that conversation, you trying to bring up the same points over and over again. We went through it all yesterday. Let's just not waste my time again, please. You watch Suits, so you know, Lord, that is exactly how it works. Not that the people in Suits would have been in prison pretty much on the second episode, with the way that they act in the first episode. It was the linchpin and such by Valve. Yeah, like I said, dude, you can see me in the unban requests. I told you we were done with the conversation about it, bud. You can make an unban request like everyone else can now. Thing is, he's not rage baiting. That is as a long-term member of Thor's community. Is just absolutely obsessed by this matter and keeps on rabbiting on about things that aren't relevant to what we're doing on in the game or what we're talking about in relation to the matters at hand. The update, we went through the patch notes earlier. Effectively, there's been a bunch of balancing changes, been a few fixes, which I'm excited for. The fixes are good. But the big change that people are upset about or thinking about is effectively the Deep Desert, which before the safe zone was just the A band, has been expanded for the safe zone to now be the, I mean, how to describe it? A to D and halfway through E band. I think the thing I don't like is there's a lack of information provided to the player that is where the PvP area will start, other than if you've read the publications that have come out today. That's not hugely helpful for people, I think. When's the patch go live? Already live, bud. Already live. The update you're installing today. Nephanor, I don't know if I'm finding it. I've not had the crash yet, but very, very early on during the bug, not bug, during the downtime today, somebody reported that they were on a public server and they had the bug and they lost an ornithopter today. So I don't believe it's fully fixed. Can I drop lower while fly to go faster than the copters? I can, but like that. And I've just been after that. Why would I don't want to be high up. I don't want to be low down even when I'm next to a worm. You can use exclamation point patch notes if you're interested and you want to do your own reading, but I'm not going to go through it all again. How do I feel about the new patch? I feel shocked about the new patch. I think we will adapt, and I think it will be interesting to see how the gameplay feels. It just came out of the blue very quickly for me, which is why I feel shocked. Yes, if someone puts an ornithopter down on sand, you can 100% go and drop a thumper on them in the PvE zone. That's a thing. Not that any of us would ever do that, of course, would we, chat? We would never do that. I don't think anyone here would ever do something like that. I would do. Oh, thank you, Nephanor. That's it's very cute of them.
Someone's here.
No, there's not. There's no one here.
Jack, where's backup?
Going this way. Stained and overruled would be very funny. I mean, what I would do there is I would get a member of chat to make an argument, and then you know they could issue an objection, and we'll sustain it or overrule it, and then we can let them talk about it. So we could do something like that at some point. It'd be quite interesting, quite funny. I have the excuse to get the fancy pompous wig. I mean, yes, very funny, I do, to be fair. I'm not a judge, though, so I really shouldn't be wearing a judge. It just feels weird to wear a judge's wig if I'm not. What if the other judges think I'm a judge and try talking to me, chat? It'd be weird. No, I don't think I will. Do you? Oh, what a shock. I'm going mad. Can you loot cards after you picked it up? Yeah, you can. So, at least you used to be able to. You used to drop the stuff at the ground on the ground next to you. Hello, Jerusalem. Hope you're doing well. That's not what I wanted, but we adapt. Oh, it's sheltered in the air, but not. those of you who can't see what I'm doing, I'm just trying to get this to a position where it's stable and sheltered.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hello. Wait, Kronos is spamming. I'm on my way to ban him right now. Wait, where did my face cam go? Oh, I turned it off so you guys could see the one. I thought that's why. That's. Well, okay, you're not buying the new update? Yeah, I can understand that. It's definitely a different balance of things. I think we have to test out and see how it actually plays out in reality. At the moment, everyone's doing it based on feeling. None of us have any objective testing on this. How many of you have objectively tested how the deep desert feels over a long period of time with these changes? Unless you can try. Do you want me to try back in reverse? You know, we can have a duel here if you'd like. I'll cast Avocado Zebra on you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I am dual streaming on YouTube, yes. If I ban me, then I also read the unban request. That's how that works. Am I actually a Swiss guard, or is that a joke I never got? Well, there is some evidence to suggest that I do in fact guard the Pope, but I let chat make their own decision on that one. So that's a Thor one. You have 300 hours in June, but 2 hours in the doesn't that matter? No, if you're enjoying your time in the Haga Basin, enjoy your time in the Haga Basin. But I don't care how you play the game. I just don't like the idea of people being forced to play the game a certain way because a certain subset of players are more vocal than others. Has my handle always been Kronos, or do you have other faces throughout the years? I've had many faces, many names across many lands and times. Devil Ray, I would agree with your sentiments in some ways, and kind of raise a question for you in other ways. If people are scared about going to the deep desert who haven't been there, they're criticizing it because they haven't been to it. Why? Why are they scared of the deep desert? Why do they not want to go there? Why do they have these negative feelings to it? Because if someone hasn't been there, these feelings are going to be based on something. Is it the fact that, you know, they don't feel like they've got the tooling to take it on? Is it that they can't compete with the PvP Zerg gangs? Is it that they don't like the idea of, okay, well, I'm told that losing stuff in the game is bad, I don't want to lose anything, and the deep desert is a place full of loss? What is it? Do we have a real understanding of why people are wanting to engage in this? This is chugging. Like, that is bad. So, I don't think it's a clean-cut one. I think that there has to be some water. Have you found water yet? I found water. Yes. Yeah. The deep desert is not all PvE now. It's just got the starter bits PvE. Gnarly VR. Thank you for the Prime sub and carbon imidicdiazole. That sounds like a chemical name. Thank you for the 1 month, the tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. I don't like PvPers using thumpers on my awning to get it eaten. Why? Why? I'm going to ask you why, like, openly. There's no accusation there. Why don't you like the idea of a thumper being put down underneath your ornithopter? The basic part of gameplay. It's a mechanic that you've learned about. You have a if you have an ornithopter, then, you know, if you've got a scout one, for example, you should know that you're able to pick it up in your vehicle, you know, your repair tool. If you've got an assault one, that's part of the kind of the cost-benefit analysis of bringing an assault ornithopter. Rosslight, thank you very much for the 5 community subs, buddy. You're awesome. Ornithopter. Well, that's why when you get your first Thopter, you should use your Scout Ornithopter Mark IV to get yourself an Assault Mark V. You should then use that Assault Mark V with storage and a thruster to get yourself a second Assault Mark V. Take your second Assault Mark V out, or the first one of the two, out to the deep desert and use that to try and harvest stuff. That way, even if you lose it, you've got another one. You can just rinse and repeat. Use the tier 5 to get duralumin and go again. We always go again. Exactly. So if I not a guild that caters to it takes time. 100%. You know, most people I know have farmed their own ornithopters. Yeah, I mean, Cerberus, that's what happened. Well, scares and confuses me. I need to go and check on YouTube chat. I need to unify these chats. Well, hello, gentlemen. And Turbocat, I hope you get some sleep on those. Why as I turned this on and I turned this on? I don't like YouTube. I don't like YouTube streaming. YouTube has some awful tools, but people have asked for it to be available while I'm live during the week because they're at work and their work will block Twitch. So I'm doing it because people have asked for it. If you're a fan of PvP on June, it's time to give up. No, I disagree. I think that doesn't accept that there can be nuance and there can be change over time to what the devs are doing. They're trying to fix the game's review so people keep buying the game, people keep being interested in the game, and ultimately a number of players have had very negative experiences with the end game loops. That's completely fair to say. Do you know how many Harkonnen players reached out and said, hey, I really enjoy what we're doing the server, but I don't want to deal with putting all the effort into Landsrad and not actually getting into benefit from it, so this week I'm going to sit out Landsrad? How many of you actually know how many people said that to me? I love those options. 7 or 400. That's not a pizza, that's a fruit basket that got lost. I've had 30 people worth. So I've had a guild leader of 12 people and a guild leader of 15 people, then a couple of individuals have all reached out and said, hey, we're not engaging this week. That's 30 people's a lot. Why? What do you mean it doesn't make sense? If you put a huge amount of effort into the Landsrad and you only get your Landsrad unlocked for 2 weeks, for 2 hours, when it was meant to be a full week, that's going to disincentivize you from engaging in Landsrad. That's their view. They put a lot of effort in. They got nothing for it. They felt like their time and their effort wasn't respected. That's what happened. I understand that. If PvP feel the same way, so be it. I am indeed guarding Pluto for the rest of, Pluto's planeting. Yeah. Okay, some big messages. Hang on. The Deep Desert crash still ongoing. I have heard that it is still ongoing. I had somebody report it in chat earlier. I didn't see the logs of it or anything, but I have been made aware that happened this morning. And yeah, that's exactly right, Sindri. I come from EVE Online. My background is if you undock in something, you agree that you are going to lose it. My background is DayZ, where sometimes you can just be driving along and all of a sudden your vehicle will go through the floor, you'll die, and all your stuff will be lost. And you'll be like, oh shit. I am used to these in games. I'm probably disproportionately hardened to some of this stuff. So my view is always going to be, it's kind of the harden the fuck up route, because I've been inured to this loss over time. A lot of players haven't. Bearful, no, you've just fallen for the small Pluto movement. We respect Pluto as a planet here. It's trying, damn it. Yeah, how many of you have played DayZ or Rust in chat? Just a quick X, quick, me, whatever. Show of hands. DayZ, Rust, kind of survival games. Those kind of things. There's probably a lot of them out there, but those are the two kind of big ones. In those survival games that you have played, what happens generally if you lose an item due to a server bug or due to just kind of weirdness, because they are fairly janky games, and they have been at times. Same with things like Ark, same with other broad survival games across the genre. You continue on, make more shit, it's gone forever, you move on. Next game, that's interesting. Ball your eyes out, it's gone, tough luck, make a new one. So this is what happens with survival games. A lot of players have basically over the years hardened up and been like, you know what? I recognize that if I'm doing this, I'm going to lose my stuff. Or, you know, I run a high chance of not being able to get this out. Or, you know, oh shit, there's a bug. Well, I guess I might as well have fun with it because this is going to be gone in 5-10 minutes. A lot of people are coming to Dune who haven't got a background in survival games because they love Dune as a franchise. And I completely agree with that. They've done a really, really good job with it. Small hitbox things just here. But players who are new into this genre, who aren't used to, who haven't built up those scars, and you'll play, yeah, exactly, Tarkov, you know pain, you know what happens when you might, you know, the enemy you've killed drops into water and you can't pick up their gear. There are always going to be a number of these things inside these games, especially when you're playing it just after launch. I'm lucky that I can inure myself against that. Not everyone can. If you've only got 8 hours of gameplay time a week because you've got, you know, you've got a full-time job, you've got looking after the house, you've got looking after kids, you've got, you know, family or, you know, care commitments, so you've got, you know, personal health issues, you've got work, you've got, well, I think I already said what, you've got gym, you know, you've got hobbies. All of a sudden, the time that you lose when you lose some of the stuff becomes more valuable to you. I'll be honest, a lot of the PvPers I know have a lot more time to play the game. They have a lot more time to get good at the game. And, I would probably say as a result, there's often a disparity of, oh, well, I can do it, anyone can. Well, it's not really true because you've got a very different personal situation to what the person that you're fighting against might have. I think you talk. I'm just going to tell people what I honestly think, and if people think I'm wrong, I'm happy to have a conversation about it. This person's very clearly wrong. Unlucky. Stay down. Steve Minnock, sorry, Sanias, you say that. Whose decision is that? Is that a rule agreed by the community? Is that a rule agreed by anything? What if you're a player who really enjoys survival games and at the moment you've only got 8 hours a week to play? You can do that. You can log in for 8 hours a week into this and slowly make your progress. Who are you to say that if you've got 8 hours a week available, you shouldn't be playing a certain game? I don't necessarily disagree with you, but why do you have the right to say that and players in that position not have a right to be like, actually, I disagree with you? Ah, so has the developer ever said this game, you know, you can't play this game, you shouldn't play this game if you only got 8 hours a week? And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm running light gear with one piece of heavy on because it's got the set bonus of minus 10% power reduction, which is huge. Well, see, I must have missed that one. Honestly, I wouldn't think it unreasonable if bases that were in the deep desert off of the shield wall became raidable after even if they're PvE areas. It would make sense to me if, like, because they're off the shield wall, they're off the natural protection of the cliffs. If a sandstorm hits, their shields could still go down. That's something they may look to do. You know, we don't know what they're going to do with this system. This is literally the first iteration that they are trying to apply to fix a big problem. You don't think that the game reviews going down to like going down by 30 points in 3 days is an emergency for a company? You don't understand how game development works. Because on your Steam, page, the ratings matter a huge amount to people on the fence for the game. They also matter a huge amount for future expansions and future content because they stick around. They're there forever. I think adding that tax is basically no, because I showed this on stream yesterday. You can farm the basic for an advanced sub thief where you need like 4,000. You can farm that in 2 locations. If you're going to tell me it's going to take you 8 hours to do 2 locations, I would ask you why. You know, you've got 8 hours a day. That's a basic part of the game, and if you want to play the game, that should be considered part of it. But the devs have not said, oh, you have to play this game for 8 hours a week, 10 hours a week, 20 hours a week. That's never been something they've said. Yes, the game might be easier, more sustainable, whatever, if you are playing more hours, for sure. That's the way that a lot of games are, but it's not that this game is unplayable to you if you don't have a lot of free time. I don't want to let it be ruined by whiners. Sorry, not sorry. Fine, you're entitled to that opinion. But to say that they are whiners and to dismiss their points is mean that they are likely to do the same thing back to you. They're going to call people who are on or for or against it whiners. If you don't engage meaningfully in the conversation and you actually have a back and forth about this, people are just going to dismiss your view as well, bud. So if you want to dismiss them, fine. But if you treat them like that, expect for you to be mistreated by them. The thing is, if you want to have PvE and PvP servers, you're actually talking about worlds, and having whole world groups that are PvE versus PvP would be quite different and difficult to manage, I think. Real-time cooldowns on death stills implies a daily grind, IMO. I mean, okay, there are non-grindable ways of generating water and power and stuff. That's just one of the options. And again, it comes down to choosing which option works best for you and your needs. Melee enemy, where are you? Are you in that room? Sometimes they are. Well, there you are. Do you not know that I'm here? Okay. Oh, no, there is one in here. Okay, we'll just do this.
Eyes on enemy.
Talk with certainty in my voice, like my content. I'm just basically talking about my opinion. I can talk about my opinion with certainty. I generally sit in the middle of the road on this. I just believe that both sides should be able to have a fair, open, and honest conversation about it, rather than just dismissing each other's points. And all I'm seeing is people in chat saying, "Oh, you know, the PvE are whiners," or you know, the PvP are toxic. I think if you're tarring the whole group with a broad brush like that, I think you're doing a massive disservice to the argument on both sides. Both sides' argument have a point. There needs to be a balanced way of finding it. I personally have my own view for what I think balance would look like, but I don't have the data that Funcom has on their end. They will have much more idea of what the changes inside the game is A, doable, and B, how it's actually going to impact their gameplay. And even then, they're still iterating, they're still testing, they're still working. This is not the end state of the game forever. Finish you off. Ah, yeah, the little secret chest, Anadar. Yeah. If there's a person in PvP that's in PvP get separated, wouldn't that fix it or make it worse? That will generally make it worse. You'll find that the PvP servers become known as cesspools, and people don't play on them, and you end up creating a PvE environment where you end up spending a huge amount of dev resources on basically sustaining 2 separate forks of the game where there should be a level of like unity and synergy between the 2 of them. So my example here is if you switch the current deep desert, so you've got up to E.5, I'm going to start calling it, because it's the only way I can describe exactly what halfway through E is. If you have that as PvE, there's no kind of clear declaration to the player about where that PvP area starts, and you'll likely find a lot of issues around, oh, I thought I was in the PvP area, or part of my base ended up being over the PvP line and it got PvP'd into. I can foresee these issues, and I'm just getting ready to deal with them, like, live in my brain. But I think that yeah, when people start throwing around whiners or all the PvP is toxic, stop generalizing. Start having an actual argument which has, you know, has reasons, has logic into it, isn't based on emotion or based on assumptions. Basically, like, substantiate your statements, have a conversation about it. An argument is a back and forth where both sides present their reasons and authority. It doesn't devolve into a screaming match. My brain probably does need a rest. Yeah, I've been dealing with a lot overnight. So, yeah, it's one of those things, but I'm here, I'm having fun with the game, and ultimately there's a lot of stuff that we're talking about today that needs to be talked about, you know. People cannot go around just dismissing the views of others and expect their views to be respected. If you are going to say to someone, nah, you're whining, I'm not going to listen to you, ultimately, they are justified to say the same thing to you. You're dismissing them. You are saying, I don't respect you or your opinion, and therefore I'm not going to listen to it. Why on earth would they listen to you in response? Treat others the way you want to be treated, and if you want your arguments to be reviewed with respect and reasonableness, you should set the example. The law in this chat, I want people to engage meaningfully and reasonably. I don't want people spouting vitriol and stuff. We can, you know, we can have a good chat about things. Hey, Hikes, thank you very much for the raid of 6 viewers. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the, your Thursday. And it's a Wednesday. Do a couple of shout outs here. Petson, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Dr. Bookcraft, thank you for the 2 community subs. And Legion Loki, thank you very much for the 2 subs. I appreciate all of you. Hope you enjoy your drops and your skins. Look, every single time we've had a bug or an issue, I've reported it to Funcom, or we have trusted them to take what they need from that bug report to fix things. Nothing changes from this patch release. They need time to iterate on it, they need time to look at what the data says, and see what happens to the game. Let's not make our decisions based on just people jumping to conclusions or not having the full information. Give them a little bit of time to work out whether this is what the right approach is for the game. Can you give an example of a game that was both PvE and PvP where this friction between playmates did not happen? Because I think the fundamental problem is that 2 groups can't be made to get along via game mechanics. Have you played The Division? There are whole swathes of people who will never engage with the Dark Zone. Fine. No problems in that one. I do hear the Dark Zone has a number of problems with cheaters now, but that's largely irrelevant to the kind of the whole point that there was a very stable PvP kind of core and a very stable PvE core. Yeah, the PvE core has always been huge in Division, but you can't say there isn't also, you know, a Dark Zone PvP core that are focused on that, because they do exist out there. The patch notes are live. Use ! Patch notes, I believe. Yeah, Overloads, proud of you. Yeah, raise your hands a purely, you know, PvE Div 2 player, and you're happy to stay in your lane. You enjoyed it. Guild Wars, there are people who will never engage in PvP. Very good example. Thank you, Kainon. The Dark Zone is not the end game content, but it has end game content in there. In the same way that in this, the Landsrad is the stated end game content. You don't actually need to enter Deep Desert to do all of the Landsrad. Whether or not you agree with that being the end game content, whatever. What's the last 2 hours we're talking about? When our server moved the resets timer from 6 AM Coriolis to 8 AM Coriolis, the server accidentally triggered the end of the Harkonnen 1 Landsrad on our main server group of 15 worlds. This has led to a number of people who put a lot of effort into the Harkonnen Landsrad to be quite disillusioned with things. To leave. Your problem with PvP is the lack of communication by the game. The game has told you what happened and you have no in-game resource to look it up. Your abilities eaten by foes, no indicators. You felt like your levels and skills were completely meaningless. fully agree with you. The game needs to do better about educating players about how to engage in PvP and what that really means inside Dune. If you get in the deep desert, you are just told, okay, this is PvP. PvP scary, you die, that's bad. If the game explains to you this is how you engage people, this is how you can escape a player, this is how you can engage a player, it teaches you some of the mechanics that you would likely use in PvP, you will find that you have a better PvP environment for the entirety of the game. And you can then build on that kind of culture, and you end up with things like we had in EVE, where if you killed a new player in a ship, you would replace their ship and you would tell them what they did wrong and how they lost that ship, so that they could learn better, and next time you wouldn't have the same problems. It's a very, very vital part of EVE. To me, I don't blame you at all. This is rude of me. Look, I haven't cleared these two. We'll go do that, shall we? With you, dear Maria, count me in. And using character transfers to different features. If you're in the same world, this update, it's in exclamation point patch notes, you are now able to move to different servers and build in them. So that's in. So I miss parts of EVE, I miss some of the community of EVE, and I miss the friendships and the things that brought us together, but ultimately most things that brought us together in that game were railing against the devs and bad situations. Like, in the final few years of EVE, I dealt with skill injectors, I dealt with dev unfairness around Pochven, I dealt with the raw core changes in the economy, then we had the devs introducing things like Blackout, where they just took off local without, of course, they introduced scarcity, where they made industry significantly harder for no real reason. And in each of these, the only people who benefited immediately were the CSM, the people who had the information ahead of time and were able to manipulate the market to basically come out on top. That became a huge problem inside EVE. Where is this bitch? It's not quite unreasonable. There we go, we'll go through that. Like a glove. These snipers have the situational awareness of a radish. Okay, fine. Well, if one server's following a rule and other servers come and don't hit the rules, well, that's why we have a world. All the 15 servers on our world are owned by the community. Jordi, unfortunately, once you've transferred off, there's no way back if you've left those servers. It's only between servers on the same world due to the nature of the way the game is written in the code. It would wipe your progress to change worlds. It's tied to the world you're in. A lot of people who come in to chat and be like, oh, you know, you have all the servers in your world, it must be like a PvE fuckfest. Like, no, that's not what's going on in our deep desert. It's just not toxic as shit. I know that's hard to believe. Yes, summon some strangers. That would be nice. We would like more men's. There you go, I'll leave him a gift. Oh no.
Need to reload.
Did anyone hear like a clicking lock sound, man? Yeah, so for those of you who are in, we've kind of read through the patch notes. We're now playing on the patched server. Some changes that Funcom have made. Some people are very mad about, some people love. Personally, I'm just a bit dazed by all. It won't really bother me, I guess. It's just a kind of moment. I don't think it's as bad as a number of people are claiming it to be, but I also think that there's some concerns around it, I guess, for people. I'm gonna go off the edge, haven't I? Whoop. We'll check. It sprayed behind. The gun shouldn't be able to fire behind you without you turning, just so you know. Yeah, I'm very lucky and happy to say that we've actually got a very good community that have built up together. And, you know, can I please say bottle of water? What do you mean? Lamina? And I would answer that with the fact that, what if I told you that the balance of a game needs to change over time to reflect the way that players are playing that game? And Funcom are looking to try and find that balance, and it will take them time to iterate on it. South, what were you looking for? Bottle of water? You what, mate? I'll fight you, swear on my nan. Bottle of gear? It's an old ventriloquist thing. Bottle of gear. It's, you say bottle of beer, it's basically because if you're a ventriloquist, you can't make B sounds. Huh. You do similar sounds. On the shield, can you check power drain? There you go. My power drain is Oh, you mean like the power pool of this? Sorry, do you mean the power pack or do you mean the shield? The shield does this. Power drain's 104%. I don't know what that really means. 104%? Like what? Winky asked lots of things. I'm not sure we should start giving Winky full information. We have to be careful. I'm reading long interaction between two people. If either of you been unreasonable, oh boy. Okay, Lemillion and Simon, the two of you are very clearly not going to agree. I'd like you guys to stop using terms like getting good, like stop using terms like whinge. It's dismissive language. If you are going to have a reasoned conversation, it's probably best that you guys just stop talking about it, because it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to talk each other around, you know, right? I know that it's a very divisive topic. I know there's a lot going on around it, but you don't need to go back and forth until one of you wins. I think you both established that you have different viewpoints on this. So, it may be better if you want to move on and just start having the conversation back and forth if you think it's going to, you know, keep getting a little bit out of hand. Some sleep? What sleep? I don't know what you're talking about. Is Winky live? Winky's live. I'll have a call with him. We can talk about it. No. I think Winky's probably still sleeping. Right. I just need to quickly tab out while I install and sort something for a moment. I keep on very nearly typing the name of this as the meme name that I've been using for a while, rather than like anything conducive. Read that one. That, do this, refresh this. Okay. Okay. Really? Really? Come on. Install. Nice. Installing. When you're Winky, Chronostore, Friday night drunken deep desert PvP stream. There is only one issue with that, Geordie. I don't drink anymore, but I would be down for it. We just need to find. I just need to find a different way of being involved. I can't drink because the painkillers that I might need to take for my back, you know, on and off. If you drink with them, sometimes you could just die. Which sometimes could be worth it, but not sure in this case it's going to be. I love the shadow showing the actual like movement of the sun. Like look at it, just the rocks that the rock surface they've gotten right. It's just that is nice, to be fair. Like you have to admit it's a good detail. Arthur, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I would never presume that our government is completely wrong how they categorize all of that. Never. Couldn't be me. Okay, we'll see what happens in legal changes. We need to do what the US did. Legalize and regulate. Make a shitload of money from it. Wink and I had a conversation about this morning. We've come up with a solution. We just need to workshop it a little bit. Designated PvP driver. I guess so. I could eat Greg's. That's true. People were quite mad when I ate Greg's. I actually slowly ate the Greg's on my desk cam. Oh, that would be a lot of chicken nuggets. Arav, we're not talking about it, but stop it. I've already warned people in chat when you were here. Stop it. You wonder what we're arguing about? People are just expressing their opinions on the patch, which I think is a very good thing that people should be able to do. I think people should be able to discuss this back and forth and see, you know, what other sides of the arguments are like. I've already benefited from people telling me about what their experiences on the public servers have been like, because I've not got a huge amount of official, like, day in, day out, official server experience. I think it's great that people have been able to tell me about the stories they've encountered on those test runs, because that very much changes the way that I've seen the way this patch has been deployed. When if I have my view of just our servers, you have this whole view of, well, our server is fine. What's the problem? There's not been a huge amount of spam. What was the need for this? When you hear about what's going on the official servers, where people are having significant problems, people are being very toxic. There are some of the similar VoIP issues that we've seen on our server, but without the ability to moderate it hands-on in the same way that we do. They've had a really hard time of it. And with some of that context, I can see why the Steam reviews were so poor and getting worse. And kind of more directly, therefore, why Funcom needs to deliver something drastic and quick so that players could feel like they were being listened to, and that they could show as a company that they are willing to engage and make sweeping changes if they think that it's right for their game. I can't ask much more of them than that. Whether or not it was a shock to me, they have the data, it's their game, and people can review it and talk about their problems all they want. I think that ultimately they've got more information than I do, and therefore I'm going to bow to their decision on this, and I'm going to keep playing the game as I see fit, as it feels right. If the game stops feeling right, then I'll stop playing it. But you know, today we're not playing this forever today. I've got other games, or at least one other game I want to go and check out, as I spoke about yesterday. I need to be very careful not to call it. I did hear Winky was RPing as deep. To me, it sounds a bit like Deep Desert TSA / extortion. Yeah, we're definitely playing Barbie Funhouse. Yeah, 100%. That's a big popular game on this stream. It's like it's like PGA is for Winky's stream, right? You guys love Barbie's Stream House. Good afternoon, Aaron the Bear. Hope you're doing well. I would quite like my heavy darts back. I'm going to take this 1,000. I would agree. There's probably a very polarized set of people who feel very strong about it. Shop, yeah, can you get me, get me like one of the weird drinks. You know how every corner shop has like this weird drinks? Just like a weird can or something. You just get yourself just a weird can of like, of strange looking fruit drink. Yeah, this is definitely Taylor Swift. Yeah, I am Taylor Swift. Yes. There you go. Fine. Kombucha, whatever. Something different. Something you wouldn't normally have. Crusher, you can look up audio track splitting in OBS, and it'll give you the answers. I'm not going to talk about it while I'm on stream, but you can use exclamation point song to see the song that I'm listening to that you guys definitely can't hear. I'll show you what I'm listening to at any given time. So I watched Eurovision. I've watched it once or twice, but not consistently. It's not something I do as like an event. I do watch Super Bowl every year. I do that as an event with my friends. We get together and we only got to London, go to a mate's house and watch Super Bowl together. Preferably an American stream of it, because what you guys don't realize in the US, I think, is that your adverts are fucking like they are so weird. They're great. And so if you get to watch the Super Bowl as a British person, you should watch it with American ads. Oh, it's just a different experience entirely. American adverts are so out there. Do I like the new Link? I haven't seen the new Link's advert. Japanese ads are great as well. If you're watching a Japanese show, like I've watched, like, you know, just any kind of, I think it was Takeshi's Castle at one point I was watching on an Asian channel, and like some of the ads that popped up were just like, wow. So the really interesting thing is about ads is you have to remember that advertisements in different cultures are designed that way because they work. That's the specialty for that culture. If you compare how ads apply in different jurisdictions, different countries, it's so interesting to see the different advertisement culture in each place. It's actually a really interesting way you can see different kind of very unique cultural elements for society just by looking at the adverts that are seem popular or are well received. How's the Deep Desert this week? Deep Desert this week is interesting. The new change is out. I think it's going to take some time of testing to see how that plays out. I think that Funcom are going to iterate on the change. You know, I'm very confident this isn't what they would have wanted to deliver just off the bat without any kind of warning. There's going to be stuff going on behind the scenes here. You know, there's lots of data they will have seen, lots of reports they will have seen. The Steam reviews will have been a huge part of this. If you Super Bowl, it depends on the size of the bowl, Taffy. It's a volume-based remittance. Defrayment, if you may. Will they change? What do you mean? Will Funcom change what they've done for Deep Desert? Yes. The list of proposed things that went onto the public test client is substantially larger than what went into today's patch. The stuff that went into today's patch was likely vital game fixes or things that they say they need to fix to fix the game, to make the game an enjoyable gameplay experience. Because I didn't sleep last night, I also didn't shave this morning. I'm starting to look scrongly.
I'm out.
Come on, come on. Nope. Red ability. Oh, you bastards.
Die.
Do you guys still think I'm in there or something? Perry, hello. It is. Yeah, this is you know, full of bangers here. That's how this works. Only the best tunes here on Chronos Radio, of course. Welcome on in, Perry. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the lurk. This playlist has nearly 2,000 songs on it. It's got everything from like some of the like kind of post-hardcore all the way through to like love story. It's great. Marcius, thank you very much for the 1 community sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I've kind of like my brain's tuning out the music because I'm running on fumes. Don't go. If you're not gonna like, you know, just vibe with it, why not? Why not just enjoy yourself? I surpassed the 300 PP plus points. Amazing. That's because chat's awesome. But don't tell them. Shh. Secret. Secret awesomeness. Don't tell everyone. They'll get jealous. They'll want to be cronies too. They're not cool enough. They have to pass the test first. Secret handshake. Right, if they don't pass the cronies test, they can always join Perry's community and go and be fuckers. Which is... oh, that makes me laugh. Marcus, thank you for the other community subs. I hope you enjoy your cosmetic. It's awesome. Thank you for supporting the stream. And Ivan Hood the First, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1. You're awesome. Perry, that was my favourite moment this week, to be honest. I had great fun laughing around about that one. Yeah, that joke was the gift that kept on giving, to be honest. Right. Sheltered, that's what we like. We like sheltered. Stay there, you big bitch. Watching you. If I go in there and I come back and you're not there, we'll have words. I'm talking to my ornithopter. Maybe I've gone mad. Jordy, thank you for the 10 community gift bomb. You... Blah. You're awesome. The nice thing I have is that when I restarted my stream after OBS crashed, the activity feed that I normally have here, it's just not there. It's just gone. Who needs an activity feed about what's happening on your channels, right? Hello, Chuto, from the YouTubes. Yeah, I can see YouTube. I can see some of that. I can see you. I work with Thor, of course I'm mad. I think I was mad before I worked with Thor. That's kind of how that worked. We've definitely made each other more mad. Oh wait, this is the one where I get to teach chat about something fun. Okay, how many of you have played this game and you've encountered one of these yellow doors and you can just go up to it and you can press E to open it? Oh no. This one says no access. I can teach you how to fix this. What you do is you focus for a second, think really hard about becoming a gas, and then just kind of walk through it. You have to think really hard about being a gas for it to work though. Just want to be really clear. Yeah, so again, if you just run through it, it's not going to be the same. Like you see, it's not the same. But you have to think gas thoughts, and you can just kind of awesome. You guys can't do that. You can't think gas thoughts and move through solid matter. Oh, maybe that's just me. Sorry, skill issue, I guess. Friend. They're the bomb.com. Look at that. Good morning, Rasputin. Hope you're doing well. Little side room here. Grab the key. Wait, you guys haven't unlocked quantum shifting? Oof. Right, the plan for the rest of the day is to do a few more of these deep desert runs. You know, have some fun just fighting our way through our new PvE areas. Maybe even go and do a solo wave room, see if it spawns differently. Then we're gonna go play a little game called Bitcraft, made by the awesome guys over there. Check out some of what the community's done. Look what the game looks like. Probably what, a year on. And then at some point, I'm going to pass out because I'll end up being incoherent because I didn't go to sleep last night. So I did a 13-hour stream yesterday, then I had an hour break, and then I worked for like 6 or 7 hours, and then I did some stream setup, and then I went live again. I'm more than coherent now, Banana Green Octopus Chicken. The joke's on Thor, because when I went on holiday, I still worked every day. Do 10 squats every half hour, works every time. Thank you, Mr. Physiotherapist. Unfortunately, I'm gonna trust my physio over Twitch chat. I know that's harsh to say, but given I had spinal surgery like a month and a half ago, I'm probably gonna listen to a medical professional over Twitch chat. Does. You know what? Tell Thor that I worked on my vacation. What's he gonna do? Make me go on vacation again? I'll just work. Fine, you can clip it. You can even send it to him. Like I said, what's he gonna do? He's gonna try and convince me to play the Division while I'm doing work? Oh no! 10 angry dad size, that's fine. I've got a recording of him going, Kronos! Because I used to, during the early days of Block Game, I used to get into some top tier trolls for his house. Like the time when I hid shulker boxes underneath his floor, and for an hour he was being like, why am I going mad hearing shulker sounds? Which he finds very irritating. They do make funny noises, Jake, don't they? And then, after he disabled me being able to put those down, I then worked out what the command was to make his client play an individual Minecraft sound. So I kept on just broadcasting the shulker sound into his client. Yoo! Any XP bags around here? Thank you, Mr. Turret. Oh, I'm just gonna go down here.
Halt and be recognized.
No.
Like this there. I require assistance.
Oh, I'm not by myself. Nice. But haven't you planned playing Bitcraft? Well, maybe I have. Maybe I haven't finished my stream yet, and maybe I'm planning on doing that shortly. Maybe behind this screen is Steam, where I've just installed Bitcraft a few minutes ago to play it later. Maybe. Alternatively, you're imagining it all. Never know. Are you imagining it all? You're imagining me. Maybe I'm not even here. Maybe I was gone all along. Ooh. You don't deserve the chair. You have to ask the chair very nicely if the chair will come back. How do I know you're real? Well, I can look into your souls. That's how this works. Pretty please, you twat to a chair. Probably shouldn't say that one, bud. When did I get here? Oh, I've just arrived. When did you all get here? That's actually wrong. You just keep it in a different pocket, Saruna. Just so you know. That's actually being part of Big Brunette's plan to kind of grind down the ginger peoples of the world. Where's Bailey? Bailey is likely out and about. He stayed with me. He was with me pretty much all night while I was working. So he spent like 6 hours asleep in here. I'm sure he will be back. He always is. You need big googly eyes on the chair. Maybe. We'll see what happens. What was I working on? I was working on idiotic little children who don't know how to have a disagreement inside video games and decide that throwing homophobic slurs around is the right thing to do. Then I was doing unbanned requests, I was dealing with scheduling, I was dealing with sponsorships, little few engagements on like upcoming kind of cool interviewee kind of things. And then doing moderation work, you know? Going through some of the stuff that was coming through on YouTube, etc., which is very interesting. That's massively slowed down now during EU time zone, whereas it peaks massively during US time zone for a European initiative. Very strange, right? This is the Fractal Refine, which I kindly received from them. You want to go? Very, very good chair. Love it. There'll likely be a link for me to buy one soon through Thor's stream, which might come with a discount. I need to have a look at what that code says. Yeah. But you have to wait for it to get that sorted. That's... Promise is working on that. Shh, don't tell him. What am I doing? Why am I leaving? I think I had a stronk again. No, B doesn't like this chair. B loves my armchair in the living room. What I do is when I get up, I put a blanket down, fold it over twice, because he likes a thick blanket to make biscuits in, and he'll just climb up on there. This is what I was actually doing. I just forgot what I was doing. What's the lumbar like? Considering my back issues, I don't know. Would you? Made of bone. Not as bad as Barjo's. Oh. Those of you who don't know who Barjo is an awesome Australian streamer. He used to work on a show called Good Game. Really, really funny dude, but has unfortunately got to go in for surgery soon to fix a back issue. Oh, the lumbar? No, the lumbar on the chair. The chair doesn't have a lumbar. What are you talking about? Barjo from Good Game? Yeah, exactly. Barjo has worms, yeah. Yeah, Barjo that has worms. Yeah, Barjo was... Exactly. Yeah, so Barjo, if those of you don't know, Barjo streams here on Twitch and does like really funny content. If you, Barjo's channel is really well set up because if you donate a specific number of bits, there will be a specific like reaction on stream. He's got hundreds of them. They're all him like farting or, you know, fake farting on chat, you know, various memes that have built up over the years. And it's great fun. It's a really well put on show. He makes a really enjoyable stream. He often streams in a US time zone. Thank you for the shout out, mods. Read my mind. I was about to do it when I landed. I mean, you know, yeah, fake fart. Definitely fake farted, okay? Definitely. I agree. I had my first disc herniation operation when I was 17. The problem started when I was 12. And a second one in my early 20s, a third one in my late 20s, and one in my 30s. Let's take a moment for all of our spines. Rain token, your quest for old Carthage is bugged. You cannot continue the quest, you cannot get the location. Let me guess. You get onto the world map, you fly to the location in question, and it won't let you in. Right? That's what's happening, Rain. It won't let you in. You keep circling the little overhead, the overworld map, and it won't let you in. It's very aggravating. Exactly. What you instead need to do... I've already been to this one, I think. How weird. What you need to do is go and speak to the quest giver. There's, I think it's Xantara who gives you that quest. So they are behind the... They're alongside the, vendor. The Swordmaster trainer, sorry, in Harko Village. Go and speak to Xantara. That will actually trigger the quest. You don't go to Old Carthag by flying there on the overworld map. You go to Old Carthag by talking to Xantara. That's why you can't get there. It's not bugged. It's just the game doesn't do a very good job of telling you that you need to go to Xantara to resume it, versus entering the overworld map. Not a problem, bud. I hope it works for you. So in Planetologist, yeah, Planetologist, the challenge is just finding where Planetologist is at any given time. Apparently I've already looted this one, I just don't remember doing it. What did I do to my back? Oh, who knows? Who knows? Apparently we just don't get along, right? Don't get that quest together with an ornithopter with interesting archfurial. Did you do a being born to your back? I at some point I may have done a being born. I'm not sure if I did it to my back though. We've got a long and storied history. It's very complicated. You wouldn't get it. One's not meant to support us standing upright. I mean, that's certainly what my own evidence seems to suggest, but I'm no spine expert. I just have to deal with my own one. I've never... it's not true. I did medically inform myself quite a bit of spines and how they work. Like, I could tell what was wrong with Bajo's spine just from the MRI, but like... I know, the human body is so complicated. Like, I think that... like spines are meant to, so that's we didn't maybe we haven't evolved spines to support us standing upright the way we do. Maybe that's a better way of putting it, but 152. Oh, okay, that's, yeah, 300 something pounds. I wish I had a family cat, but no, I didn't have any. I didn't have a cat growing up at all. The cat from next door I used to just go and chill with the cat. Well, I would go and sit. Well, I remember as a kid, I would sit in the garden next. The cat from like 2 or 3 doors up would come and say hi to me, and we just sat out the front normally. I would read a lot. You'd be shocked at how often that is what happens with spine problems. That's how 3 of my 4 spine issues started. Like the 3 of the 4 times I've had surgery. This year I woke up and I couldn't walk. Yeah, Raptor, it's horrible, isn't it? Literate, functional, fully sleeping, fading into the sands of Arrakis as it slowly consumes me. You're just doing too much spice, Oberon. Don't worry about it. You should share that spice with chat. You don't need all that spice, you should definitely share it, bud. This is mine. PvE Stravidium, it tastes different, it's got a different flavour. How bad's your back needs to hurt before you go to a doctor? I mean, largely that's going to be dependent on a few things. First of all, like which country you're in, how, like what your access to healthcare is like, what your access to doctors is like. There's a scale of back pain. Let me see if I can find it. Image. I'll show you guys this. Here we go. Let's open our favorite chat. Our favorite program was Paint. This is one that I've seen used a fair amount, so I'll show you guys how this works. And this is how you judge back pain. Like one of the ways you can judge back pain. It's even called a scale of back pain. I know it's really complicated, right? 0, no pain, no complaints. Life is nice without back pain. Faint pain, mobility and way of life unaffected, occasionally sore. Mild pain, acknowledge it but unbothered. Moderate, uncomfortable, perhaps annoying, but you stop noticing it when distracted and have yet to notice a dip in your quality of life. Uncomfortable, probably no longer turn a blind eye and forget about it. You know, you may find referred pain starts happening. Distracting pain, it starts taking a toll mentally and physically. Distressing, at this point you're getting into the mental effects of pain. That's a very important thing to remember. You begin to doubt your ability to recover naturally and decide you're overdue for medical attention. This is normally when most people go and see a doctor. Realistically, you should probably go see a doctor somewhere in like these stages. Definitely, but like that's distracting pain. Like if you can't stop thinking about it and it's starting to take a toll on you, go and see a doctor. Like distressing pain, yeah. Unmanageable pain, you know, radiating through the affected portion of the spine and every thought is clouded by anguish. I've been here a few times. Prescription drugs may be needed to provide relief and surgical options may be considered. I've taken surgery when I've been at this stage. I've never got to a 10, I don't think. I've never gone unconscious from pain, but we'll get there. Intense pain, shooting pain numbers, it's hard to focus on anything but your pain. Extreme discomfort has become the norm. There's nothing normal about your condition. It's time to seek help. That happens. That's horrible. You know, I know there are a number of people in chat who've probably been there with back pain. Severe pain. When you've officially reached the point of hospitalization is necessary. Severe pain will normally cause you to seek stronger medications and emergency intervention. I've had one operation where I've been here, and I had to go in. I spent, I think, 4 days in hospital. They MRI'd me to shit and back, and decided they were going to operate pretty damn quickly. Fibro is a really interesting condition. You must have a very strange, like, pain tolerance to what would be considered the norm. This is probably completely out for you. And everyone's body is so unique that like your threshold here will be different for different things. I'll be honest with you, Serena, that's not just women. If you are a young person, you are physically disabled, your pain is often very much minimized because humans don't like thinking about pain. We are hardwired to avoid it. We are hardwired to avoid empathizing with pain. It's actually quite hard to physically put yourself in the position where you can empathize with someone in a lot of pain. Doctors who have to deal with that day in, day out don't have that much mental or emotional energy to be able to engage that every single patient. And I don't think I think that's probably one of the reasons why you're going to end up with that kind of situation. That said, the way that women are treated in health is atrocious. You'll get me on a different tangent, a different rant about how women in healthcare are treated. Yeah. No, you're all right. You're completely all right. Like this is me having. I have a number of friends in the UK who are who have things like endometriosis or kind of hormonal issues, and I've had so many stories from them where they will go in to see a doctor and they'll ask about what their options are, and the doctor won't go through the options unless their boyfriend is there or their husband is there, because like the husband has some kind of right to decide what happens to that woman's reproductive system. That's a personal fucking choice. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? Why? I have a friend who wasn't able to have her surgery at one point for her endo because her boyfriend was away I think he was away on work trip in Scandinavia for 2 weeks, and he hadn't given consent What the fuck is it any of his business, the surgery that she gets for her condition? What? What the fuck? So whenever I hear about doctors treating women wrongly, like, yeah, 100% I can believe that, because I've seen that. I've been along with a friend and pretended to be the partner just so she didn't have to deal with stupid questions. Like, ridiculous. It is often around, you know, like women's reproductive health and hormonal health, because I think a lot of male doctors just kind of aren't that informed about it. I'm certainly not as informed as, you know, as I could be. I understand and I can empathize with friends of it, but like, I'm never gonna know what it's exactly like. But to be treated like that by default by a medical professional who you've gone to because you need help, what the fuck? Well, that's been the way for 20, 30 years though, bumper gaming. That is not a new change. That's not a religious related change. That is just the way that male doctors, particularly an older generation of them, seem to treat females. And this is the UK I'm talking about here, you know? Just because it's free doesn't mean you have to treat people like that. Whoa, God, for 100 community subs. What the... Jeez. What... I was like 10? Wait, that's too many zeros for a 10. You're awesome. Thank you very much for the support, bud. I'm glad that you feel that this stream is worth it, and I couldn't do this without you guys. No, I've had enough of people not being listened to, not being heard. Like, this is why I was so clear on both sides of the arguments about PvE and PvP in the game. You deserve to have a reasoned conversation to have your voices heard. That's true of all things, and ultimately people should be able to make decisions about their own lives and their own ways they interact with stuff. I don't think they should be compelled by... Individuals should be compelled all the time to do things a certain way and to have to act or agree with things a certain way. And like, to be told that you can't do what you need to do with your body because your husband might need to sign off on it because they have some right over your ability to reproduce is inherently wrong, in my opinion. That's my belief on it. Like, you should be free to decide what you do with your own body. Yeah. You're having serious problems with your PowerShell with your advice. I'm probably not able to help you. That when you say PowerShell, I think of the blue shell in Mario Kart that you used to snipe your friend who's in first right before they're at the finish line and overtake them. Godfrey, I just want to say thank you very much again, bud. I really appreciate the 100 gift bomb. It's awesome of you. Yeah, I was gliding at that point. That's what's going on. No. Bad dog. Wait, Godfoot is in... Do I have chronic migraines and chronic tension headaches? I do. I have... Wow, it was worse when my back was worse, but I used to get real bad migraines, and sometimes I still do. Sometimes I'll just be like, you know what, I'm down for a migraine. It can be 1, 2, or even 3 days. The longest migraine I had was 3 days. And I lost a big chunk of vision right in the middle, which was really irritating. Because what I tend to do if I've got a migraine, because I can't tend to look at screens, I end up being quite... This is probably a really bad idea, actually. One or two a week on average. I am deep. I had a friend who, after she... Actually, that's not the way around. Before she had her first child, she would get migraines on a weekly basis. And something happened during pregnancy when all of a sudden in her 3rd trimester, she just stopped having migraines ever again. She used to get like 1 or 2 a week, and it was debilitating for her, and it was just very, very strange. The doctors were like, oh, I don't know. Happened to your mum? Very interesting. This is what I mean when I say that, like, we don't have a proper understanding of the human body in the way that our hormones and the way that, like, our brains affect our bodies. Like, that's incredibly cool to think that there's, like, that is a consistent thing that's happened for a number of different people. Awesomely cool. Sorry, I find weird things cool. Yeah, you'll get used to that here, don't worry. Hi! Little cat, I was just wondering where you were, little guy. You come to say hi to chat. Yeah, you want to say hi to them? Meow meow. That's not how you say hi. That's how you say that you want pets. What? You want me to look at your food bowl? Yeah? Okay. What's up? You gonna headbutt the brew screen? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so those of you who don't know who this is Bailey. He is kind of my cat. He technically lives next door to me, but he basically has lived here for the last year and a half, on and off. He's just a good old boy. He's 15 years old. Yeah, he's not actually mine, but they got a dog in. Oh, there you go. There's someone redeemed the backstory. There you go. Very cool looking room, to be fair. Is there someone in this room who needs help? I should probably stop messing around and go and help them out. I'm just going to hide around this corner for a second. I'm not stealing pets. They know that he is here. They are happy that he is being looked after. And ultimately, if you read the backstory, you'll see the changes that... Well, largely you'll see why I made the change. I've done the things I have for him. This is my grumpy son. I love him more than I love any of you, chat, unfortunately. He's just a big baby. Oh, bugger. Where are the rest of my heal kits? That's gonna suck. Okay. We go down here now, do we? Yeah, he's just a good little bubba. He deserves to be looked after, in my opinion. He's just an elderly gentleman who, when I moved into the house, he was just here. He just wanted peace, space, his own kind of freedom. And people in chat like ask, like, you know, like, oh, you know, do you pick him up, that kind of thing. I've got kind of not rules around how I interact with Bailey, but like, So he's never asked to be picked up. He will climb onto someone's lap if he's very, very comfortable with them. But broadly, he's not a big fan of being picked up. So I picked him up maybe once when it was about a safety matter. Outside of that, I don't pick him up. For example, it's about what he wants, not about what if I want a cuddle and stuff. That's just because he's not my cat. If he'd been raised as a kitten to stand up, to want uppies, that would be very different. But like, as far as I'm aware, he doesn't want to be picked up. He would tell me if he did. And that's why. So like, when he comes for a cuddle, he'll tell me that he wants me to come to the living room, and then normally he will climb onto my lap. Yeah, are you meowing because your food bowl's over there, but you still want attention? I'm sorry, B, but like, I kind of need to. Okay, I can probably hide up here. If you would pull head back for a second. Yeah. You're such a baby, aren't you? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You can't see anything. He'll always be a baby. That's how he is. He's just a small gentleman. I call him irate software sometimes because he's sometimes grumpy and cross, and he's soft. I would take a bullet for baby, 100%. In a heartbeat. The worst injury I've taken in the last 2 years was from protecting B. I was outside the front of mine with him, and all of a sudden a dog just comes like racing across the grass, where the owner has it on one of those extending leads, and just isn't paying attention to what their dog's doing, and the dog is basically just like run off and pull them away on the lead. The dog is of course running straight towards B, who does not like dogs, and without thinking, I just grabbed the extending lead while it's moving, and I cut through the edge of my finger till it got to bone, and then it went up along the bone underneath the skin. Not particularly pleasant. Worth it. 100% worth it. I'm not letting any dog get close to me. That's not happening. He's my grumpy son. If any dog wants to get close to him, they'll have to go through every single bone in my fucking body. I had a very, very large go at the owner of that dog in the street publicly for controlling their pet in a neighborhood that has people's other pets in it. Like, you can't just let your dog run roughshod to other people's gardens. That's not okay. I had to go with them to some extent. I do feel a little bit bad. Like, it was loud enough that people left their houses to be like, what's going on outside kind of thing. Because I was just incensed. First of all, I was in a lot of pain because those kind of burns hurt. Second of all, what kind of idiot doesn't look after their pet, like, and just lets it run, yeah, like that? It's. Okay, let's do a heavy weapons trade. Oh, that's hitting. Really? Yeah, I would not use a retractable leash if I had a dog, but I think that's just a way I, you know. The way I've been raised with pets, like you look after them, you have control of them, they're your responsibility. Like that's how that works with pets, you know. And like, I've never had a pet that I've loved like B, to be honest with you. Like I said this in chat like yesterday. Like I love this cat more than anything. Like it's I'm not there to him. He's my grumpy son. Like I'm very much a cat dad here. That's what happened. Accidentally a cat dad. You a comfy little bubba? Yes, you are. Yeah, you want a chin rub. You want chat to see how much of a big friendly baby you are. This is him. Look at him. Oh, someone's a big rumbly bubba, aren't they? Yeah, you are. Wow. Wow. Wanna go this side? Okay. We had a nice brooch at about 5 o'clock this morning, so he's not got quite. Oh, I'm not allowed to stop, am I? Yeah. Yeah. Just want love. He just wants love all the time. I'm gonna be honest with you, Nerds bro. You can go and do one. I would far rather pet this cat. Everyone in chat would rather be pet this cat than play the game right now. It's okay to be wrong. Don't get me wrong, but like, this is my grumpy son. People want to see the cat. Most people are here to see Bailey, not to see me. Like, I know who the real streamer is. So while I do appreciate your feedback as an expert streamer, you can talk about it in the unban requests. Thank you, Nellis. You can. I would not feed Bailey Greggs. Unfortunately, that's not a it's not a cat suitable food. The expert advice. I don't remember what my expert advice was. Oh yeah, it was basically stop petting the cat and get back to playing the game. I've done a shoey before, and I will probably do a shoey again. You know, I can't rule that out. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's normal apparently on Twitch just to rock up in someone's chat and tell them how to do their stream and their content. Wild. Every day on the internet, I'm impressed at some of the creativity of people. I am impressed by some of the like, positive stories I hear about things. I'm also surprised at some of the idiocy I see online. It's always a combination of the internet. You want me to pet the damn cat? Okay, I'll pet the cat. You want some more pets? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you want a full of rubes. Okay. Nice chest rubes. Look at those little paws. Look at him, the little thriller dance paws. Yeah, who's a good kitten? You're a lovely kitten, aren't you? Yeah. You're such a good boy. Yeah, was that enough? Enough of the chest rubes. You want some chin rubes instead? Yeah, you do, see? After a while, I kind of get used to the way he moves his head when he wants a certain bit petted. That's kind of how it happened. You start by talking like the same kind of physical language, and then he starts meowing back, and all of a sudden we have conversations. You're such a silly kitten. You're such a silly kitten. a good baby. You're a good baby. Yeah, you are. I know. Yeah? Hello. You want to give me a clem or you want to go this way? Oh, what's this? Have you got lots of floof? Like, add it to your floof pile. Yeah. Damn. Right, we have an issue. I want to give him something. The only way we can do it is by using the christening. Do you want this? Would you like your spider? You think it was accepted? The only thing in that drawer is tissue that I used to clean the plaque, and then the crisp knife and the plaque. The drawer with you, chat. Does he like cat? I think most cats that I've met have liked catnip. Cat is in the drawer. Is this the chat drawer? I reckon chat could have the drawer. I'm not sure you'd all fit, but we can definitely try. You want to swap the video sources around? We can make B larger if you want. Put B on this side. I can just disappear. And then you guys can watch the true streamer, right? Cats. Very chill when B's around here. You using the voice? You are using the voice. Yeah, little quiet squeaks that people were spotting on. Oh, okay. Some of these two. Belly whoops, then some chin whoops. Okay. Good. Let's grab some of that floof as well. I'm quite careful to. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. How can I stop giving you pet? Whoop. Rat. Yeah, I know, B. I know. You're a big kitten. You're a big kitten, aren't you? Yes, you are. You know that you're about to get some more pets, don't you? You're such a fuss part, honestly. No, there's no cliff. Oh, where did your pets go? Did they return to sender? Not very nice when they do that, is it? Yeah. Is that like when you wake me up by sitting on me 5 in the morning sometimes, and then you leave and you're like, okay, I'm done now. All you wanted was feeding. Love you, little cat. Yes, you. Try and melude. Catch you later, South 20. Thanks for being here. Yes, Caramel Lavender, that was certainly a surprise for a number of people, and I think that there's a fair amount of shock that's been going out throughout the community. I think realistically, Funcom wouldn't have made this change if they didn't have the data supporting it, if they didn't see it as necessary given the Steam reviews. I think now our job is to see how this plays out, and if we don't like how it actually feels versus how we feel about it, we should probably have, there should be a conversation with Funcom about it. Ooh, okay. It's going very well, thank you, Cribs. I mean, we had a couple of issues earlier with OBS freaking out at the start of the stream, and then me definitely not crashing it by being silly. We've had a great day. Like, you know, we've had like Godfoot about half an hour ago. You have 100 community subs. Like, what a legend. Bull Pion Harder a couple of minutes ago gave a community gift sub, and then Poppy just giving out like gift subs as well. So like everyone's being really generous. We're all being kind of chill. It's quite a chilled stream. I didn't sleep last night, so I appreciate the chillness. No, so half of the updates fully out. You can use exclamation point patch notes if you want the details, soy boy. Oh, thank you, Spot. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Wait, was it exclamation point patch notes? What were people doing earlier to get it? Alice, I summoned thee. It is patch notes. Did what? Oh, you said patch and toes. That would be why. If you're patch and toes, then something's wrong with you. You're probably a doctor and someone's dropped something heavy on them. Meow to you too. Meow meow. You're so demanding. Yeah, you know that I got back to my base and wanted some extra payments for the luck. You're so adorable. Oh, so good. You're a good cat. You're the cattiest cat that ever there was. Yeah, okay. Giving him some very gentle chin pets. You're so lovely kitten. Yeah. Yeah, you're showing off your under chin, your bib and your socks at the same time. Bet you are. You're so lovely kitten. You're such a good kitten. Why is there so much floof over here? Where are you keeping all the floof? Do you think he's happy, chat? Do you think he's getting snuggly here? Yeah. Oh. Ow. Rap. Rap. I love you too. Yeah, big sleeper. Wake the sleeper. Don't wake the sleeper. Right. That, however, is going to be the end of us playing Dune Awakening. We are going to switch. Oh. Let's do it this way. So many of you will not know, or may not remember Bitcraft, but I covered Bitcraft with Thor. I want to say a year ago, maybe more. Maybe I'm thinking 2 years ago. You know, I don't know for certain. It kind of horrifies me. Think about do that. Press that, and we'll see if that's changed. Over. Bitcraft. I haven't played this since the very, very first early access kind of stint that we all had. We'll save that for when I'll save leaking my email address for someone. There you go. You can see that. You can see that scene instead. Or we can have this one. One moment, chat. Well, the music's nice for Bitcraft, I have to say. And live again. Oh wait. Oh, did you do the floop? Did the turnover? This is indeed Bitcraft. But it's still early access. UI's in light mode. Still no graphics through some system permits. I think the system permits it. Settings. That. Oh. Zoom. No, I want to harvest these. You little bitch, come back here. Wisp, that's a cool name. Bitcraft. So yeah, this is an early access game on Steam. It's released by some friends who we've worked with kind of a few times in the past. It's a really interesting, really cute little game. It's got some great vibes. It's got some great kind of collaboration, and I'm kind of excited to show this off. Well, you try opening your vaultuses and then let's change about your look. Oh god. Okay. Well, first of all, I want the glowiest possible fucking eyes. Start with the high ponytail, so it'd be nice and distinctive. Oh, I could make Emily Slider, but like by size. The lightest body for. Oh, wait, what does this do? Okay, we'll find out what that goes towards. I'm not the hugest fan. We will see. You're saying that the music is clashing, but like, I stopped the music 3 minutes ago. Maybe 2 minutes ago. No, leave me alone. I must harvest these things. I must harvest them. Why? We're interacting with we've got sticks, chat. We've got wood. Wait. Can't believe that's what you thought, chat. This Flint is napped. Why couldn't I have napped? That's the question. Weird, I'm going to treat this like the first time I played it. Most of all because, like, I don't remember anything from, like, a year ago. Like, I've gone through, like, 3 cancellation attempts on the internet since then. I can't keep track of that. Why would I want to be here? I want to be... Yeah. I got a lot of traveling to do. Oh. Wait, look at this. Look at the amount of open space here in the middle. You've got good river routes through. Oh, see, if you had a base... Yeah, if that was able to be cut through, it'd be really nice to have a trade route. This is a good place to have an empire, because you basically got river routes out to the north, this way, out through their territory. You've got routes in here into the mainland. It's a nice little spot in the middle here, if I need to, you know. Yeah, but apparently... I'm way up here. Die. Death. I want the bird. Why can't I have the bird? Yeah, why does the game keep me from the bird? The bird is free. Look, it's in the park. Winky would tell me that this was free. You uncovered new land. Would you like to put down a flag? What do you mean I can't punch a... Honestly, what point is an MMO if I can't, you know, punch a bird to death for food, right? That's... It's basically a big emu. Yeah, the Eepa Beeper. Ah, so someone told me that you'd basically like be based out of a ruined city at the start. This makes a lot of sense. He is very comfy. I just need to not move my legs. See, I need to get in here early and understand how the game works again, because if I let Thor go to town again and try and introduce a fish-based economy or a mushroom-based economy, we're going to go bankrupt. The economy can't take it at this one at the moment. Right? Yeah, you asking for more attention, Bipper? Yeah? You're okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. You done? Yeah, you done. Okay. Look at him. I can see you staring up at me. Wow. Blink. Sometimes he'll just look at me until I look at him back, and he'll just give me a slow blink. I give him a slow blink back, and that's what we do. Because I know what that means for cats. It's a safety and a trust thing. I'm very lucky. He's just a sweepy little bubba. He's a lovely bot. I'm very, very lucky that he chose me. He could have chosen anyone else on the street, or, you know, any other household, because he was being fed by multiple people. I just call him lots of weird things, and they all just seem to kind of get updated, which sometimes scares me. But hey, we are where we are. The Wikimancers are always listening. You can never trust them. Except when, you know, you say something and they immediately upload it for you. Bitcraft is like a... Again, it's different, like it's different type of MMO. It's much more chill. It's about kind of resource gathering and progressing. There's some great kind of story in it. I originally got into Bitcraft because I like the technology that it's using. It's using called Spacetime DB, which is like a databasing tool in the back end, which basically allows all this to be balanced and managed and proven. It's incredibly cool. I may have, if I'm, you know, if I'm enjoying the game like I think I will, I may have 3Blave on, who is one of the developers, one of the kind of senior developers on it, to kind of talk about what it is, explain kind of how it works. I think it'd be very cool. But potentially that will be happening on Monday, depending on Primogen's availability for a hack and stash. Which is another thing I'm keeping the spinning, the plate spinning on. Was it a big yawn? Do you have a big yawn? You did. Oh, it's okay. You're allowed to have a big yawn. Yeah. Meow. Yeah, I know. You're the cutest little kitten, aren't you? Big strap. Oh yeah, big strap. Yeah. You're such a good baby, aren't you? You're such a lovely cat. How did I get so lucky, huh? Such a little gentleman. You're showing everybody your cute tail. Okay, we're back to this again. I gotta go and collect materials. What? Yeah. Hi. Hi. What's up? You wanting attention and fuss? Okay, you're gonna do another slump because you want attention. So as you can see, once again from his angle, that's why I'm very, very careful to never move the casters of my chair at all. The chair stays in one position. I will move around in my chair to fit it. Sometimes you'll see me like on the right-hand side of my desk or on the left-hand side. Mostly because I'm moving around in my chair to fit the chair rather than me moving the chair on the floor. The carpet does quite a good job of keeping the rollers still, because I never want to be risking him. I don't, you know, he will always announce himself when he arrives, but like that's why I just don't move. Yes, you're such a big baby. I know you want the attention. You want the attention. Are you asking for me to get salmon for lunch? Is that what you would like? Would you like some salmon? Yeah, you probably would. Shall we see if we can get you salmon arranged for later? He's getting it some sashimi salmon, so he's gonna be very happy if the sushi place is open. Which one? What do you mean by system? There is no system. I don't have access to the system. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, Ward, look out. Foreign sees this apparently. Are you a lovely round cat? You are. Yes. Did everyone see that you agreed to that contractually? Yep. That was still my headphones. Okay. Let's get stuck into some bitcraft. I mean, the sound was very, very good there. It's very directional, but... This simple. Yeah, you extract that, you extract that food. I think it's food, maybe grass. Whatever it is, you extract it. You're doing a great job. Nice, a bundle of grass. That's going to be hell on earth when it comes to hay fever season then. So what I don't like about games, they appeal to the modern fantasy too much. Being able to walk around in all of this grass without sneezing your brains out, unrealistic. Can't believe it. The true fantasy. I agree with you. Fireball is a barbaric spell. Of all the things that you can do with the ancient mysteries of magic, that you can travel realms, you can cross space, you can literally pause time. You're just choosing to throw a ball of fire. Yeah, you wouldn't use fireball. You would use some kind of eviscerate spell, wouldn't you? Or a pet spell. Mango, no politics in my chat, thank you. Dangerous there. Dangerously close. Let's make some rough plant fiber. Oh boy. let's be real. If you told a dragon that Fireball was your impersonation of it, the dragon would just cook you in like a heartbeat. I prefer error P3B K4C. That's my favorite one. Use a little baby. Yes, it's you. You're a baby. Look, I'm trying to show off a very chill vibes game of Bitcraft, Billy, and you are exceedingly distracting. You're so cute. Oh, you're going to go and have some food now, are you? That was the food prowl. Immediately towards the food bowl, and I can just see his tail pointing out of the door, which means that he's gone down for a munch. So now Catcam is off, Facecam is on. Hello. What is this? I've grown more hair. I'll be honest with you, last time I went it hit 40 degrees Celsius. I was like, through this I'm getting a portable air conditioning unit. And when it's been hot, I've been sleeping like a baby at nighttime. What's that? You want your bedroom to be 18 degrees Celsius again? Your wish is my command. Just starting out. I am just starting out. Hello, Bitcraft Online. This is the developers. They are very good. Yeah, we worked with them quite closely at the first time that we how much do you enter 100? One. Nice to see you here too. Those of you who are interested in the game so far and you're enjoying kind of the way the game looks, and I just definitely clicked out of it to do this. There you go. If you want to see more of the devs and kind of what they are doing with the game and how they're going to progress this and probably the game itself, because I won't be able to play this forever because, you know, now I've got the attention span of an avocado as a streamer. You know, as soon as I move on to a different game, I immediately hate the previous one. So, you know, in no days time, Paul will be you know, obviously hating this the same way we hate June right now, the same way that we now hate Tom Clancy's Division 2. You know. Very sad, but that's how streamers work. So as soon as you leave the game, you change the category. That's it. Hatred. Only hatred allowed. Oh, cool. So you can teleport. Do you need to have discovered both node ends, or you can basically go to any ruined tower? That's awesome. Nice. So you can basically go away and join your friends reasonably near to where their new base is. Winky, what did June do to me? I don't know, I just kind of felt different. PvE changes it just felt different, but we hate Dune now. Now we play Bitcraft. Full-time Bitcraft streamer. Yeah, sad. Very sad. If Mornwatch isn't in the east, I'll be very disappointed. Where do I find the ruins as the nearest to my brethren? My brothers in goblinry. Portugans, lend me your aid. I heard, Winky, I heard you had great fun with that. Basically being like, you know, TSA. I just need to know what the nearest teleporting location. Oh, I could probably. Oh wait, it just teleports me to it. Is there a way to see? Flintmore, the nearest one, is it? Oh, that's one I'm currently at. No, I want to go to the one that's nearest to my friends in Tortu. Wait, is it? This one. We'll give it a go. Ooh. 400 hectares, nice. Actually, it's not as far away as I thought it was. This is the normal number of arms you should have. This is, you may not like it, but this is what peak human physicality looks like. I can't remember, Arav. I can't remember what I set that to. Have I connected my Bitcraft account to Twitch? I have not. No, I have not done that. I probably should do that. I was going to do that when I'd gotten through a bit more of the tutorial. I wasn't sure that I was, uploading my email address into some kind of Cthulhuan cult database. Never rule it out. We all love, I mean, I was going to say the sound design is really solid in this. All the sounds are really distinct. The directionality on audio when you're walking past a station is absolutely incredibly good. And yeah, the problem with the relaxing music is I have now been awake for 32 hours? Something like that? 33? Yeah, something around that area. So the nice, peaceful, sleepy music is... Why? Because sometimes people online on the internet are dumb. And they need to be moderated against. And sometimes people get friendly fired, and they also need to be cleared of it. So I had unban requests to do. I had some contract stuff to do. I had some things I needed to organize. Moderation team bits that needed to be done. There's a little guide. We found a new way to support with some of the unbans on YouTube, or some of the bans on YouTube, because YouTube is an absolute pig to moderate on. A few things, and then I think I had like 15 minutes before the stream started. I was like, well, there's no point in going to sleep for 15 minutes. That tree there, which there's several. I can't just... Wait, which specific tree are you making me threaten? Oh, just one over here. Okay, actually have one of these. I cast Reflect and know you. Unfortunately, town trees. What? So I have to go into the town and make what? Okay, that's kind of silly. Joke's on you. I'm already imagining 1,200 people. You're fine. Well, I've come to destroy all of your trees and natural foliage. Oh, okay. I can go out here and... this one's... It's telling me to go this way. I should use my eyes. One thing, chat, that happens as soon as you become a streamer is you forget the ability to use the user interface properly, and you can't see what's on the screen. Yeah, you beat that tree up. You show it who's boss. That tree was wronged you. Yeah. Hello, Kicking with Kiko. Hope you're doing well. Branching out. I like the name. That's a good quest name. All my homies love great puns. My main question is where can I find the nearest pit? I'm not at home in an MMO until I can be nice and comfortable in a pit. There are all, that counts. The pit. We must return to the pit. Where do I go? Forestry station. I'm just taking a little break from June so I could play Bitcraft. This. I can't believe you'd sell newbie goats. At least train them up first. I'll be honest with you, the thing I always struggled with was identifying what each of the structures was. That was always my problem. I think it's this one. Yes. Press Alt, that would be cool. That's very useful, thank you. Now I feel moderately less useless. How does one connect thine Bitcraft account to the bitch that is Twitch? Save me, chat. You're my only hope. I do it on the website. Oh, that's easy. I have that open. I'm guessing it's under sign up. Enter my email address. Already. Email has been sent to my email address. Never. Will never take me alive. Complete login. Then I can do settings, I'm guessing. Link Twitch account. Nice. Link to Twitch viewer. Broadcaster type partner. Oh, cool. It even pulls all my info. Don't tell Cronus chat, but Cronus is a partner. They'll get imposter syndrome. So I've linked myself to Twitch viewer, but actually I should link myself to streamer account, and then people who are watching can benefit from it, right? There we go. Linked as Twitch streamer. Now, if I go back to the game, I unlock streamer powers, and I can automatically like spawn in unlimited enemies and infinite money. You know, all the I get massive you know, aim assist, so I'm just pro at headshots. That's how streamer mode works, right? I'd believe it was Bailey that got a partner. You're not wrong. Can't believe this dude just wandered off midway through making these rough wood logs. We're gonna need another log. Oops. Winky, is that not how streamers always end up being, you know, pros at stuff? That's they get all the extra streamer hacks to make the game look easier, so more people will buy it. That's the accusation I hear all the time. Can't believe you've been misleading people. Can't believe I dropped the log. If Mango's in chat, there'll be a comment coming. It's a bit fishy, isn't it? Hey Winky, you're going to TwitchCon again this year, aren't you? Well, TwitchCon San Diego, right? Sweet, we will set something up. You'll have to come to the party that we're hosting. It's the best party at TwitchCon. That's what it was called. That's what it was called last year, anyway. It's your birthday trip? Oh, in that case, I will tell everybody it's your birthday. And, I'm not saying that people will try and, like, I don't know, get you drunk, but, like, things happen, you know? It just accidentally happens. No more. Give me that. Whoa, I'm gonna finish that sentence. You know why, chat. What do you mean? Baron Thorconan is exceptionally distinguished. Would you rather see Duke Thortrades instead? That might be better. This is what Duke Thortrades looks like. Do I enjoy traveling? Yes and no. There are good things and bad things I think about traveling. I travel quite well, but like I don't necessarily like traveling unless I not have to, but like need to. Rough rope using strips at the ancient tailoring station. There's a Thorengi. Oh, just when's the next ad? Oh, you're gonna have to wait 25 minutes for the Thorengi. It's gonna be sad, isn't it? Just run another now. We could possibly run another now. I don't want to force people who are chilling and watching Bitcraft to deal with ads though. Borderless in my heart, keep me burning. I genuinely cannot currently run a 2-minute ad, which will not let me. Which says that you don't deserve the Thorengi. Yeah, take it up with Twitch. I will take that as an extreme compliment. How's our eyesight? Because I don't think I've ever had that. I've never had that one before, but thank you. We plant fibers. That's not what I need. I don't need basic flowers. I need plant fibers. I believe that as well, Winky. Well, thank you, Devil Roy. I'm trying my best. I am trying to not stay awake, but stay reasonably upbeat. So, apologies if I am a bit quiet. It was quite a late night. I feel like I might have done that wrong. We've got enough. No, wait, that's rough tree bark. I was hoping to make plank. Do that. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Are you enjoying the background music? I assume the answer is yes. You can't handle hornets, so that makes sense. Here we go, that'll keep me awake a bit. I put a little bit of music on my end. This is Bitcraft, so this is an awesome little MMO kind of builder. It's very, very cute and cozy and awesome. Really well made, to be honest with you. Like, the game feels so much better and more smooth than it did before. It's my brain that's clunky, I'll be honest with you. Like, hang on, so that's the loon. This is where I was a second ago. Okay, so I need to wait for this to process through, I'm guessing? I switch to the system? A lot of people around in the starting area. Quite good, well-populated zone. Broadly to attributes, yeah, but it's a very different feel, I think, in the game than the New World would ever be. Oh. New World was about the the rush to end game and then the awful grind afterwards. I've heard we may very well play Siege mode at some point. I'm definitely not, however, in the headspace and awakeness today to be playing Space Marine 2. I will just get everyone killed multiple times. My response time not gonna be great. I do, yeah, I completely hate Dune now. Yeah, me and all the homies hate Dune now. That's how that works. We also hate Division. Yep, you know, can't be allowed. Collect 5 basic mushrooms, or I'm haunted by the mushrooms. Why am I carrying something heavy? I didn't even play Space Marine once on stream, so I hate all of Warhammer. True. Yeah, exactly how that works. I will be right back in 1 moment, chat. Surprise. I return. Run! Where are you going? Stop this once. I will break things exactly how I mean to. Oh, I've got to expand the backstory. Guess I've got to do that after stream. What can I add next? Ah, I know what I'll add. theory, I haven't got the right tool for this. The fact that's inverted is... Yes, I did get my Bitcraft account linked as a streamer. Yes. You guys shouldn't be able to hear the music in the background. Exactly. Oh, okay, so you just wanted to know what I was listening to. Nice, okay. I was just very confused. I need to make an... Where do I make the tool stuff? Jeez, my brain is fried. Hmm. It's just you've been quiet for some time now. The game sound should be playing, right? Hey, Dax, thank you very much for that, bud. I appreciate you. I'm assuming I need to make a store. Well, they would have given me a saw. Yeah, I've got a saw, so why couldn't I make the boards? Is it that I'm already carrying one of these? That's the problem. Thank you for that. A good point. I can turn the game volume up a little bit. Do that. What did someone say? Someone said the forestry station? Carpentry planks, there we go. There we go. Wait, no. How do I make the alt and click? I need a rough wood plank package. I haven't discovered how... Oh, I have to strip the logs first. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that. I'm just having a moment. Oh, yes, it's by first stripping logs. I should read. Reading is the hard part. Welcome on in. Hello, Bailey. Oh. What's up, baby? Is there something in the house that you want? I'll be right back, chat. Something's been delivered that Bailey's gonna want. Is gonna want to eat. Give me a moment. Hello, we have a very varied stream here. We've got the Thorengi, we've got a cat eating salmon, and we've got me having my breakfast. Oh no, I've broken my fast. This is my second dinner after yesterday. Here we go. Now we can make things. Yeah, I know. Is that enough for you, B? Yeah? Go up there. Yeah, you're a good boy, aren't you? What are you doing now? You're going off. Okay, B is left. What's that? That's the Thorengi, you know? Grand Nosgus Thor. He likes spice pressed latinum. Bear with me a minute, chat. I need to make sure I actually get some food into me. It might help keep me awake. I could make a cart, but I could also make a bucket. How many times in life have you needed a bucket and not had one, honestly? More times than you probably think. Deploy it. I'm guessing I have to pull my own carts around like a pleb. Hello, Tenchi Dono. It's going well, thank you. Thanks, Dax. It's a good tip. Hope everyone's doing good out there. We are playing Bitcraft, which is an absolutely awesome little kind of cozy MMO. It's got a little kind of survival aspects, leveling up your gear, crafting. There's all kinds of fun stuff that you do here. I need to find mushrooms. Mushrooms, where are you? There you mushrooms. Give me mushrooms. Extract them. Delicious. Hey, Voxerox, does it say add anywhere in the title? Does it say sponsored anywhere? If no, not sponsored. Simple as that. I'm just currently eating my meal of the day. Fuck you, tree. Mine. day's been going pretty well. I mean, I haven't. It's still yesterday for me. So it's a day. I've now been awake for 4 p.m. 34 hours. Yes, but people needed banning. Look, I don't know if it is one to play on not much sleep, but if I can play on not much sleep, pretty much any player can. That should be your best advert. If I can play on 30 hours of being awake, having streamed for 13 hours, then taken an hour break, worked for 7 hours, and then like started stream again. That I reckon that's a good way of selling the game. If even I can understand it. No need to be rude answering the question. I'm just saying, like, that wasn't being rude. I was just answering your question, bud. So you know if something is sponsored on Twitch. No. Bite me. Man. Back to our roots. To be honest with you, I keep on like being like, I want to move faster. Where's my Shigawire claw? Let's make 5 of these or one of these. Okay. I want to experiment with mushroom. Wait, that sounds bad as well. Mushrooms. June and Bitcraft. I would do that. You have sandworms, but they're just really, really small. And you're not wrong. Every time, if this would stay in system, that would be really helpful. I don't want to be hearing people arguing about which gender is better. What is wrong? Why? Why are you? Why is every chat the same when it comes to like an online MMO? It's just always deranged. Always deranged. I am guilty of it too. There is a bit of crafting in this, yes. Have you crafted bits? We are indeed doing a little bit of bit crafting online. I don't need those yet, so let's not rush ahead and do that. What's cooking? Turn to Heimlich. What are you grumbling about then? Oh, that's Rampart, not Rumbach. God damn it. Oh, sure. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Thank you. Any plans for the new Siege mode in Space Marine 2 this weekend? I am planning on playing it. I'm not sure if it will be, when it will be. I've got a lot of things I need to fit in. I also need to work around what's going on with the community on the Pyro software side. Like I've said before, that's always going to be my priority for things. So, like, there's a few things going on, and some people might need to have a few little slaps. Harvest berries. Where is this Rampart fellow? Go down here. And he's got a fancy cloak. That's not going to be very good for the environment or very clean, is it? It's a very fearsome foe, yes. See, that's... I'll tell you what. That should have been given to you in June Awakening. Survival isn't always about being brave, it's about being smart. Well? Enough chit-chat. Hit the practice dummy again. I'll show him what for. Alright, I've seen enough. Maybe you're not cut out for this. Maybe you're better suited being a shield for others. Some abilities generate more threat than others, meaning that you could take a beast's attention off your allies and potentially save their lives. Then again, perhaps you're struggling because of that flimsy butter knife of a sword you're holding. Here, take this. It's my old practice sword. It's only been collecting dust here. And I don't make a big deal of it now. I'm doing myself a favor, sparing my eyes from seeing you flail that old stick around. You've got steel in your hand. Now let's see if you've got any in your spine. I have a few jobs to need doing. I'd do them myself if it wasn't for this blasted injury. Get yourself equipped in some armor for the Maker's sake. Can't go out there in rags. The jackals will eat you alive. Hello, little one. Traveler tasks. I do say. Jackalfang. Probably should get some jets. So basically, kill jackals. That's what I'm getting the vibe of kill jackals here, right? Because I've worked that out, I feel like it's fine for me to reward myself with a California roll. Salmon and avocado. What? $44 for early access. What? I'm going to be honest, unless something has gone wrong with the economy in the US, which is, it happens sometimes. I open a Ms. Paint. We love Ms. Paint. She's a very reliable program. So, like, how $44? Where, what? Is it $44 in the US? Because that doesn't seem right. Here we go. Thank you, Nillis. What are we saying? Okay, Australian dollars is $44. Your equivalent price is £20, 21. Yeah. At the end of the day, if the game isn't worth it for you, don't buy it. That's completely fair. But like, you can't objectively say this isn't worth it to everyone for that price, because some people will say that it is. Burb, kill the bird. The bird dies. Bird dies first. Wait. This bird's dead. My bird now. Now I need to find a berry bush. That's what I'm waiting for. Where are berries? Oh look, a delicious snack. Wait, is that emote gone live yet? No, damn. Small green bushes of berries? No, those are... Oh, you mean these? It's kind of hard to see. Everything's kind of... there we go, it's a bit better. Delicious strawps. Why can't I eat it? I want to eat the citric berry. No, don't worry, chat. I have just eaten. I've just had sushi, so I'm not going to starve. Welcome back. I'm now approximately 30% more awake than I was, which is excellent. Perform a basic berry experiment. That sounds dangerous. What kind of experiment are you doing with berries? Like, can I eat these? A safe experiment. Where is the cooking place? Fishing. Oven. Cooking station. Here we go. No, whenever I get my own sushi, B gets some extra. He gets one of the pieces of sashimi salmon. Evidence of the sushi? I don't think you do need to see evidence of my food, to be honest with you. Now what? Now what's cooking? I've got to go to Heimlich. Look at him. Now then, I put together a small handful of jobs that need doing. See if any catch your eye. Welcome. Come to see my collection, have you? I'm going to need more berries. Fine. Yoink. Oh, I've got the bird, haven't I? What do I do with that one? Foraging. It's like a butchering station still? Hunting station, I'm guessing. I love free stuff that people leave on the floor. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I was told a while ago that I should try out voice acting. It's just like, I don't know how to start or get involved in it. I think it'd be great fun. Although the problem is I'm going to have a face for each character because there's a face that goes with the voice. That's kind of how that works. $500 hexes away. I'm not big or important enough that to bother Co with that kind of stuff. I'll have a thing. There's plenty of game devs and stuff that we work with and we do stuff with that, like, you know, one day I might get the opportunity to. It's not like I'm doing enough at the moment, and I'm probably, you know, agreeing or deciding to do voice acting when I'm running on like 34 hours a week is probably not the smartest move. But yeah, I've always thought about it. I do some silly voices, so you have a little bit of range. I can sometimes slip in and out of voices very quickly. To Transylvanian. Yes, I'm a vampire. There probably is a voice acting. There are so many sections down that Discord that I can no longer remember what we do and don't have, and what I have and haven't archived. Do you know how many channels I've like worked through of the past like 5 years? I don't know what's real anymore in that. Now we're good, Nellis. You smell. There was the moment yesterday when I got surprised and suddenly slipped into a perfect Australian accent about the sandstorm. That was quite funny. Like, oh, a bloody sandstorm. Bloody sandstorm and nowhere to go. That one was not that much better. That was worse. Man, I love surprises from past Chronos like that. That's always a great idea. I would like to work this leather into some clothing. I probably went the wrong route for that. I'm not going to sign a contract now and come back later. That doesn't seem right, to be honest with you. That seems like a bad move. What do you mean using the bank? No, I'm fine. Plenty of storage. Delicious. I'll just eat everything. Now, find me a water source, game. I don't know what you mean. That ad screen's perfectly fine. Ancient well. Here we go. I'd like to point out that's not really how wells work, but fine. No, this is Grand Nosgus Thor from the Thorengi. He's looking for Spice Press Latinum. Can you help? That's clearly Thor's body. What's wrong with you? Oh, I don't need that much. I think. It's 6 and 1, so I need an output of 6 tannin. Whoop. Shouldn't try and breathe your food in, chat. That's my advice to you. When you eat sushi, you're meant to eat the rice. You're not meant to breathe the rice. Just in case you didn't know. Yeah, that's I've just got rice lung now. Fine. I just have like a grain of rice knocking around there to keep my lungs guessing. Perfect. Leather. Never chew, always breathe. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna take me a while. Feralith. My own lack of sleep is funny, probably, yeah. I'm probably vaguely coherent, right? How's the initial outlook? I mean, so far, everything is much more stable. I can access all of the resources I need to when I've spawned into the world. The view distance is better. The quality, like, look at the grass movement in the wind. Like, it's just... The music is beautiful. The sound is really well done directionally. If I... You will hear... What, Irish wristwatch? Purple burglar alarm? Those kind of things. Oh, you said it was Shift V for the fast deploy? Nice. Why? I do not want... In fact, there must be an... You must have given me an option to not show chat. Red lorry, yellow lorry. I only want system chat. I always only want system chat. Well, the cards I automatically fill with... Okay, that's neat. Server going down? No. I'm enjoying the crafting a bit. I'm not the most competent with it, but hey, that's where we're at. We're having fun. I'm showing this ferret of Venu's boss. How are you doing today, bud? For asking. The luck is it must what? What? That doesn't make sense. Give me all. Mine. How's the PvE? I've not done much of it yet. I'm only just about starting off in the game, starting my armor and stuff for this. Hi Shoy. How you doing? That makes sense. The lack of sleep is probably, you know, overpowered. I think it probably needs a nerf. Mining level 2! Dude, I will mine my way through to Tortuga. I'm doing very well in the heat. It's 24 degrees Celsius where I am. Thank you, Valencia. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thor should do it. Thor should do all the work. No, don't leave that behind, bitch. It's me, I'm the bitch. There's just so many resources here, I want to harvest them all. Look, I found some mining spots. It's like old school RuneScape. I love it. Oh. I haven't seen much about the 1.0 release of Scum, but it might be something I enjoy. It's something that's been on my list for a while. Yeah, look, I found the pit. I got it from like a berry bush on the ground. We love the pit. It is great. What is it that I'm actually mining off of this ferrous vein? Or am I just going to get more of the chunks when I break it apart enough? Look at all that mining experience. Oh, beautiful. Soon I shall be a wait. Mine level 3. Oh, gross. I'm guessing that there's going to be a mission to go and catch some fish, and I might do some golem singing at that point. Oh, that's normal. No, there's no items in that. Welcome back to the pit. I know how happy you are to be here. I don't alarm anyone, but that cart was moving itself for a second. I think that's everything I can carry then, isn't it? It's these chunks. Pick up your cart, you lazy bones. How do I leave? Oh, there we go. Did it that time. Odd. Now we craft it. We hit the rock with a piece of stick, and we shape the rock into better rock. The TARDIS will look strong. I've been up for getting on for 35 hours now, and I've been working for a solid... This stream's been live for 6 hours, a couple hours before that. Call it 8.5 hours. Yesterday I streamed to 13 hours, so we're talking 21.5 already. Plus the bunch of work I did between those streams, so where I took 2 hours of downtime and that's it. So I've done basically 30 or so hours of work in at least. So like, it won't be a long stream. Well, it won't be a long stream. It's already been 8.5 hours. I'll probably be doing yeah, a 40-hour working week is fine if you're doing like 30 of those hours in one day. It's alright, I'm my boss. I have a word. But I'll be real with you, the working time directive is flexible. You can sign out some of it. New sub got, oh, of course. You guys blow me away. Oh, I need to do a new bits goal. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm gonna do start a new goal. That one's already completed. Oh. Fine, you won't hit this one. It just won't happen. Hey, Raidhound. Wait. Darkhound, sorry, I saw the Raidhound, I got confused there. Darkhound, thank you for the raiding party of 4, bud. Welcome on in. Welcome to some Bitcraft fun. Just changing all of my gold because chat is insane. And they keep on trying to break me. I probably, yeah, but like, you guys are going to challenge me if I do that, so I'm not sure how I feel about it. Ah, so I need to wait for my stamina to regen. 15 per minute. Is there still a button to sit down? Is it... No, I'm not going to eat food. I've already eaten my sushi. Stop trying to overfeed me, chat. no sitting down anymore. Oh, okay. Oh, to be fair, yeah, yeah, you are right. That is helping. Good shout. To be fair. Elevator pitch the game to you. You like crafting and building and doing things in a game, and you just can do it at your own pace. And you can either play with your friends or by yourself. It's great fun. Done. Now, Blue Thunder, pitch me yourself. Elevator pitch, gone. Here I prepared a 9-part speech on why Blue Thunder is an excellent investment. Look, Wig has reached level 3 in forestry. It's powerful. When will we wear Wig? But well, Blue Thunder, I would chill out here. Maybe go and check out the Bitcraft Online channel here on Twitch as well, because they, they're doing awesome stuff. That's the developers of this, and basically give the game a look at, because you might find that it's something that you enjoy. Shift right click, select card to vault. May or may not be reaching the delirium stage of duration, quite possibly, yeah. We're making quite a lot of this. Cool. Time to arm ourselves with weapons and armor so that we can slay the native beasts of the land. No, Mango. I don't think it is going to say that. What are you going to do now? It's a very good pitch you had there, Blue Thunder. I'm impressed. I'm actually potato short hair, although it's rapidly getting longer. It is getting quite long, to be fair. Long enough that on windy days it gets annoying, but hey, I'm just letting it grow out as long as I can, because I've had it short for years for corporate work. It's not enough for a nap yet, definitely not. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Filter 1 URL shortener. Yeah, I can still work while I do this. Go set some more regex up. Just defend your camp. I do not believe so, but things may have changed since I was last in the game. Like, I haven't played this in over a year. So I'm kind of working my way through discovering bits. Let's go. I'm just kind of enjoying it and seeing where it goes. When you're tired, it's really easy to spell the word duck with the letter that's one to the right of it. Done that twice in a row. How am I finding it so far? I'm having great fun. It's great, it's cozy, it feels good to play. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Finish the job. Now I need to go and get a bunch of fuel for the fires. Industry has come to Mordor. Find the biggest tree in the forest and cut it down. The haddock. Oh, there's not much left in this tree. Okay. Free boat. Blanky, this isn't quite. I don't have a flag, so no, it can't be just yet, unfortunately. Yes, I mean, yeah, I didn't add that bit, you did. You show this mature oak tree who's boss. Look, any expansionist or colonial thoughts I may or may not have as a British person while playing this are largely irrelevant, okay? Just because of the United Nations, you know, the England has invaded like 138 of them of the 160. That's completely irrelevant throughout history. Oh, auto mode. Wrong server. Equally. Server settings. Safety setup. That's a disgust. That's an awful noise. If you make jokes about spices and you not being in UK food, you've not visited and you've not tried the actual cuisine. That's all I'm saying. We use more spices in our food than Americans do. Mostly because we've just incorporated other food types and just made them ours. It does, doesn't it? That water sounds real damp. No, Beans is a ferret. No. But I can see why you'd be confused. Why is your water so wet sounding? I don't want to even think about that sentence, Blunt Force. Good luck with beating servers. This is not a Minecraft mod. This is a game called Bitcraft, bud. The national dish of the UK is the chicken tikka masala, I believe, as it was for a long time. Which is an excellent dish. Yeah, I can make a few of these. Yeah, I'm gonna make that many. Forestry! The next step of paleontologist, you need to go speak to Derek Kynes. He's outside a dungeon to the south of here. Derek and Kynes, they're hanging out together. This is actually Arrakis. I thought it was Birmingham for chicken tikka masala. No, British Indian, different. Rated here in the UK. Actually, you'll find that's Grand Nosgus Thor. He follows the rules of Thorquisition. He's a Thorengi. Yeah, he likes spice press latinum. That noise sounds like something breaking, so I keep on feeling like it's a tool that's broken. He does not have the lobes for it, correct? The song that you can hear won't be the one that works with its motion point song right now. How did I get turned around? I didn't get turned around. Now we're cooking, chat. We're cooking on metal, and then I'm going to take it out with my bare hands and just about bite into it. That will sometimes happen. Yes, I will start rocking out songs that you guys can't hear because it's basically what's keeping. If I was listening to, if I had Bitcraft's music playing, I would be the most relaxed I've been in like a week, and I would almost immediately, I would be asleep by now. Whereas what's playing right now in my headphones is Makes Me Want to Die by the Pretty Reckless, which is great. The game is very peaceful, and actually, you know, we'll do a switcheroo. It's very different, just to wake you all up a little bit, chat. I can also fundamentally change how you experience this song if you don't know who it's actually by. One of their fixes seems to have done stuff, but there are still problems that exist. I'm the Huntsman. I wouldn't necessarily trust it fully. So the nice thing about the Pretty Reckless, they're a great band. The main singer is very very good at singing this. She is the little girl from The Grinch, or if you've seen Gossip Girl, she is Jenny Humphreys, which is just a massive vibe change. Now we've got metal. Let's smith things. Leave that there. Now we're smithing again. I'm doing reasonably good, thank you, Huntsman. I've been away for quite a long time, but hey, it's going well. I have no questions so far, still a friend. I'm just kind of like discovering the early game. We're kind of running out for myself. I don't want to get too much. I don't want to get like any items spawned at this stage. I want to kind of see what the early game is like and experience it so I can talk about it to players. Last time I played this, there was a lot less game in this game. It's a lot more balanced. This starting area is quite cool. It guides you a little bit through more what you're doing. This is good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I might need it at some point. I mean, more of a guided version of Albion. I can see certain elements of that. Yeah, there's not a lot of. I didn't vibe very well with Albion. I don't know why. I think I was still into Eve at that point, so everything just gets compared to Eve. Ooh. Boots. For your quest progression, I want boots. Give me boots, give me shoes. Maybe I am going mad. It's fine. The art style is incredibly cool. I mean, it's also like, I love. They're difficult to describe it when it does this, but let me see. Oh, I need to make some rough cloth. Again, I can find that by. Oh, okay. A rough cloth strip and a wisp weave filament. I've got the rough cloth strip and I've got basic flowers. I need to go find some wisp weave. No. I look at the effect of the wind just moving through the grass occasionally. Like they've done it really well. Like there's actual wind waves that all make sense. It all deforms properly. It's quite hard, I think, to see the green on Twitch. I'll be honest with you. Twitch is not very good at bright greens that have a lot of stuff on them. The outline on this is quite therefore hard to see. It's like the stream will likely struggle with it. Yeah, it looks like I'm dropping. It's a little bit upset with all of the green. Every time I show a bigger field of green, it's a bit like, "Aah!" Oh yeah, I had to grow wisp weave, don't I? Seems like a lot of work. We do more crafting. If any have it for sale, I mean, I could do that. We can look at some of the traders. J? Yeah. Doesn't look like it, sadly. I might be able to cut out the middleman, maybe? Cloth. I might be able to buy the cloth I need for that shirt. Which bypasses the need for the wisp weave, I guess. No, I should probably eat again. Oh, it's Dax, the Pirate Lord of Tortuga. Hello, Dax. I don't know how to wave, that's fancy talk. Get mushroomed. Zesty meats. Wow. Jeez, that's not bad. Eat. Num 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 num. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Well, this is all made by the Bitcraft devs. They're really cool. Those of you who want to check this game out for yourself, I'm just gonna grab one of these. I'll just do a. I am playing Bitcraft. Amazing. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautifully crafted. Should that be playing on YouTube? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. It'll be fine. The VOD doesn't get saved on YouTube. I have a way around this. Okay, so I've got the boots. I'll make the braces. This needs rough cloth. Just a very peaceful, chill game. It's just good fun. I could do this while playing Pokemon Go on my phone, while chatting to you guys. I could do this while I'm doing moderation. This game has a lot of really good natural breaks, and I was really able to enjoy this quite a lot when I was kind of doing moderation work, and I would come back to this every kind of time I was done with the task. You know, do 100 unbans, maybe come back from this, queue a couple of jobs, etc. Move on. Oh, these are buy orders, not sell orders. Damn. I mean, I was close enough, right? CLOUGH would I guess be clo. It was the T doesn't come in there. Clothing. Probably look at my Discord DMs to see if Dax is sending me a message about how to not be an idiot. I mean, yeah, if you'd worked 30, probably about 32 hours of the last 35, you would probably be pretty tired too, bud. It is what happens. I won't be on for that much longer, I don't think. I'm going to come back this probably tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Dax. I will offer you... No, I want that. Here we go. You can have this. Perfect. Trade. 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 Oh. Trade. There we go. That makes more sense. Hang on, let's do this. Excellent. Why did making the shirt... Oh, okay. Oh, that's probably the level, I'm guessing. Ooh. Thank you. Rough wood, leather, and rope. I'm concerned. Special project for later, okay. Is it a boat? Give me a hat. Oh, it's me. Hat. And hand armor, okay. I can't believe you're getting to crypto and you're out here spouting about Hexcoin, Dax. I'm concerned about you, bud. Yeah, we can. That's why I take the YouTube channel VOD down at the end, Tuto. And hand armor? Where are the handses? I thought I made these. Apparently I just didn't. This early access program is being wiped up to full release. I believe this is basically full release, and they're going to be in early access as they go through. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, this is all like the community are the ones who are taking these territories, managing their own areas, all kinds of stuff. Like, it's incredibly cool. Game will wipe once they hit 1.0 for 1 to 2 years. Fine. A long time away. Thanks for the info, chat. Right, I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I'm flagging. I'm not putting on the best show of this. I am going to need to go and get some rest, unfortunately. So I hope you've enjoyed Bitcraft and you enjoyed June. I'll be back in likely a couple of days, probably over the weekend, potentially. I will be playing more of Bitcraft on stream. I will be playing Space Marine on stream. I'll be playing Division. So I'm going to exit out of this. Now, I'm going to give you guys an option. We can either raid the ferrets, so that you have the option. Or we can raid a friend of mine from a couple of streamer conventions and stuff that I've met. She is really awesome, cool. She's currently doing some like chatting content. You might know Perry Caryol. She does lots of the mind control content here on Twitch. You know, she does a Elden Ring. Do you want to do a ferret raid? We'll do a ferret raid then. Go on. We'll raid Perry another time. At the moment, my brain is not okay enough to interact socially with people when I raid, so this will be nice and easy. There we go. Building the raid. Thank you very much for being here, everyone, today. I really appreciate it. I hope you've had a good time. Sorry I've been flagged towards the end. You know, I've done what I can. I hope you've had a good day. And ultimately, thank you all for being here and supporting the stream, supporting me. So enjoy the evening, enjoy tomorrow, and I'll see you all soon.